Need a mic. Right. Thanks for joining. And from morning onwards, you are hearing Copilot, Copilot, Copilot. Right. Let's see. Today it's not going to be a full technical session. I'll tell you how to use it and where exactly we need. Like all of them, all the demos and all we have on the net and the learn.microsoft.com itself. But how to activate that? That's what many people are not aware of it. How to use it, where exactly we are using. So that's what the content which I'm going to present. And just an introduction. I'm Satish, working as a senior manager in Microsoft Practices for AstraZeneca. It is a pharma company, and taking care of predominantly into patient safety domain. We focus on the drug device vaccine, patient, reporter, events, what's happening. So that's what predominantly we do. And for that, we are enabling Microsoft technologies and almost we are trying out with whatever the new features which has been released. So that's what the day-to-day role which I'm playing. Basically, a gatekeeper between the technology service providers and the actual business users. That's what we are doing. And the agenda for today, it's going to be, we'll see what is Copilot. By this time, I assume that all of you know what is Copilot based upon the last 1 hour session. And then we'll see what is EAP, like early access program, how to procure that license. I think it's not. Yeah. And we'll see the early access program, what it is, how to procure the licensing, how to use it in the Power Platform, and where exactly we are trying in a pharma company. We'll take a use case in a particular pharma company, how Copilot we are trying to leverage it, and can I productionize it? How, what are all the, where exactly Copilot stands today? Whether I can use it in my production application or whether I can roll out to my scientists or not. That's what very important, right? And then recommendations for the customer, like what is the rollout plan which we are using or which we are doing in. Any doubts for the agenda? Are we clear on the agenda what we are going to do? Is there any other things which we need to know? Any other expectations? Clear, right? Let's get started with that and we will go with all your clarifications. So what is Copilot? A quick icebreak session based upon the last session. What is Copilot? Anyone, please? Creating applications without any support. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. How it is? Okay. Super. Any other definitions? Right. Correct. So is that a new product from Microsoft? Is that a new product from Microsoft? Sorry, one by one. Sorry. Okay. Sir. Mm-hmm. Okay. That's somewhat near to that. Actually, what it is Copilot is not a feature, it is not a product. It is a terminology which has been used by Microsoft. They are introducing that as a terminology, nothing else. What that particular terminology refers is there are certain already existing AI models. by leveraging that AI model, creating or helping the productivity of the end users, not for the developers. So Copilot is it, who is going to use the Copilot? Sorry? Yep. Basically the power users, we can call it as. Not the first party developers or not the third party developers. It's going to be used by the business users. In my case, who's are like the scientists or pharmacists, whoever is doing some research activities. So for them, we are trying to roll out this one. That is what the use case which we will discuss for the next 20 minutes. So how it is, as I said, it is a terminology. What that terminology does is it is generating or it is giving some sort of intelligent suggestions. Basically, it is giving the intelligent suggestion based upon how it will give, based upon the data which the scientist or the pharmacist stores in his Office 365 apps. Basically, the Microsoft M365 apps. What are all the apps which day in day out they will use the Word, Excel, PowerPoint, Outlook, Teams chat. From all this data, it is going to give some intelligent suggestions or intelligent recommendations or insights for the power users. See, I have all my data spread across. Whenever a new project or whenever a new discussion is happening, something is happening with respect to the new research project. So what will happen is for 1 month continuously, there will be a lot of email chains and it will not be crystal clear. Like it is not a software project, right? You will send a requirement, then we will have a meeting and then consolidate the requirement, clean up the action item. Within a 1 week, a software project can be finalized. But for an IT, like for a pharma project, it is not the case. It will take 6 months of discussions, and then later they'll dissolve the team itself. That's how it happens. So 6 months of data, it is there. The data is there, but consolidate that and convert it into a proper SOW or convert it into a proper RFP. It is a difficult task, right? Someone needs to track all these things. So for that, Copilot will help you. Copilot will help you in the sense it is going to give some recommendations or it is going to consolidate your data based upon your 6 months discussion, generate a RFP or generate a SOW for you. That is what it is going to do, right? Giving a pass, are we clear? I just wanted to be more clear on it. That's the reason. Very slow, but it should be very clear, right? Okay. So as I said, how it is the data is residing on M365 apps and it is accessing, Copilot needs to access this data. It is to access it, it uses the graph and it needs to convert this raw information into a meaningful info by means of large language models. That's what only these three components comprises the Copilot. Whatever it is for the Power Platform, Power App, whatever we do, this is the three components under that. So what it does, it needs a data. All of us know that AI is nothing but based upon the data, we are predicting, we are doing something. Without the data, AI can't do anything. Without a prior experience, we cannot do anything. Similarly, AI needs a prior data. So the data has been captured from the M365 apps. To access the data, we need the graph. And to convert the data, to convert the raw data into a meaningful information, we need a model. This is the model which they built. So already we do have, Microsoft was having these two components. Now they are introducing only the large learning, large language models. Already we have a lot of machine learning models and AI algorithms. By using all those things, they are preparing the large language models and they are releasing it to the market. That is what Copilot is all about. Is that clear? So we need a data, we need a connector, we need a model to process the data. And sorry. Okay, okay. Pointer la idhila dhaan work agudha. The TV light is not working. So that's the reason, right? Okay. So Copilot, what are all the apps which is enabled with Copilot? As I said, all the M365 apps, your Word, Excel, PowerPoint, Outlook, Teams, and the Power Virtual Agents, all this Power Platform applications. So all these things are embedded with Copilot. And what are all the things? The data. Copilot can access your Outlook, chat, calendar. It can get your information from the Teams recorded Teams message also. So we have a Teams meeting, and once we record the meeting, after some time it is able to generate the text from that meeting recording, and then it generates the data based upon that meeting also. So all these things it is accessing. To access it, very important thing is how can I, like if Teams, if Copilot is accessing all the data from my tenant, basically all these informations are storing in my M365 tenant. My CEO's discussion, CFO's discussion is also on the same tenant. How can I ensure that it is secured? Or else it is in a general company, it is whatever the financial statements will be there. But in our pharma, all the secrets about the drug, device, vaccine, all these things will be there. So it should be more secured. How are we going to secure it? Someone like us from the IT team, if I type something, what is the mechanism behind the COVID vaccine, something like that. Obviously it has the data, it has all the information in its tenant, but whether it should retrieve to me or not, it should not retrieve to me, right? So for that, what mechanism it will be? That is where the graph comes into picture. So by using the graph, obviously whatever you are supposed to do, that only you can do. So by that way, it is more secured, it is compliant, and it is privacy is ensured, and along with that, it should be a responsible AI. That is what the promise Microsoft gives. But these three things are fine, but the last one, responsible AI, I don't know how to validate that one. Any validation mechanism for responsible AI? Have you ever seen in any of your projects? No, right? How can we validate a particular AI enabled application? It's not. It's not. We are going with an SLA, what Microsoft promises. So it is generating a content. How far it is, how sure that content is appropriate or accurate? Is there any mechanism? The same model, when I run the first time, it gives some data or it gives some results. The second time, if I run it, the same model, it is going to give a different data. How can we write a test script for it? How can we validate that one? Validation document, nothing, we cannot do anything. It's very, very tricky portion to validate or make a particular or make any AI enabled application as a validated application. We call it as in pharma, we call it as GXP. It is good manufacturing practice, good storage practice, good delivery practice, and good coding practice. All these things comes under, we call it as GXP. Once an application is marked as GXP, it should be more records. If you write code for 1 day, prepare documentations for 5 days. That is how it goes. So it should be more. It is Microsoft claims that it is more secure, compliant, private. Your privacy is ensured, and then it is responsible AI. The model they developed, large language model, it is more responsible. That's what they are saying. But we validated security, compliance, and the privacy. We validated it, and then the responsible AI we cannot validate it. So that's something which we need to be. And how exactly it is it's working? Whatever I told, whatever we explained now, the same thing in a pictorial model. Maybe you can see this in many of the demos and many of the videos. You have seen it. It is having my M365 apps, all your apps. That is where the trigger point is. How Manoj opened the Power App and he started writing something. I want to create an app. Like that, he started writing. So that is the trigger point of your Copilot. So that is what the app is. We are prompting the apps. The user prompt is triggered from your app, all these apps. And then what this Copilot does, it is sending those information to the graph. The process is called as grounding. And the user prompt, Copilot converts and it sends the data, it sends the request to the graph. And the graph, again, graph needs data. Graph is, let us assume that graph is having the data. And after, with that data, it sends it to the model. And this model converts the raw data into a meaningful information, and then it sends back to graph. Graph again sends back the response to the app. That is how your app, like Manoj created an app, right? Inventory management app. He opened, he sent a prompt. The prompt is being sent to the Copilot. Copilot went back to graph, and let us assume that how does the graph is having the inventory app, creating an inventory, what are all the things should be there, because graph, we know that the data it can retrieve only from your apps, but how it retrieved, how it created an app. So that is where the responsible AI comes into picture. By looking at, if it is not available in your app data, it is looking at, by using some sort of a AI mechanism, it's pulling the information, it is generating that, it is understanding that we need to create an Power App. The Power App, the functionality of the Power App is going to be an inventory model. So like that, it generates the app and it sends back the response. That is how it works. So overall, if you see the three components, again and again, the three components forms the Copilot. Your app, where the data resides, your graph, via the data connects, your large language model, where the actual process happens. That's what the Copilot is all about. And then there are certain things like one interesting video which I saw, the difference between the keyword index and the semantic index. Um, the difference between the keyword index is, if I want to see the March sales report, exactly it looks for March sales and report. It doesn't mean that 2022 or 2023, all my search results comes from all my Outlook. If I look for March sales report, do the saves do the search on the Outlook, it retrieves all my data. But when we go with the Copilot, they call it as a semantic index. Semantic index in the sense, March sales report, if I type it, it gives me a meaningful context. The sales report has been prepared on the year 2023. What is the recent one? Recent report was 2023. It is prepared by someone, and these are all the content of that one. So it is giving a meaningful information rather than only my emails, right? That's the difference between the keyword index and the semantic index. And the features available in early access program, what are all the what are all the apps which has been launched, and how to enable it, we will see that. Copilot is available in the Word, PowerPoint, Excel, Outlook, Teams, and Loop, App Intelligence, Intelligent Search, and the Power Platform. All this, all the Power Platform like Power BI, Power App, and Power Automate, Power Virtual Agent, all these things which is having the Copilot. And what is, how far, why Microsoft releasing this kind of product or this kind of feature for it? I should not call it as a product, right? So what is the selling point, or what is the importance which Microsoft highlights? It is unleash the creativity, unlock the productivity, up level skills. These three topics, these three are the unique selling points which Microsoft does. So unleash creativity is nothing but, I have the data, as I said, the same thing. I have the data, and that data needs to be processed. I'm creating a request for proposal. I'm having the discussion with various stakeholders for 6 months continuously. After discussing 6 months, the day one when I go back, can I write any RFP? We cannot write. So those kind of creativity, you don't need to worry about all your initial content. All Copilot does is it will create the initial content. Open the Word, call the Copilot, give a statement like, I need to prepare an SOW for the COVID vaccine. That's it. So what it does, based upon the COVID vaccine and the statement of work, it went and it will iterate through all my data, get a meaningful content, and prepare a template for the SOW, the initial content for it. And then we need to modify that one. So that's what it does. So let's have a quick video on it. Like the audio will not come. Not sure why the audio is not coming. Let's see. See here, Copilot will be coming like this, and when I give my request, it will try to create the entire document for me. Whether this document is a production ready document, no. We have to update it. It gives you the context, initial context of it. So this is, it can be anything. It is retrieving from all your apps and it is embedded in your all your apps, right? Yep. Whatever it is there within your M365 tenant, it will access it. If we keep it within our desktop or in the pen drive, it will not, right? Like not in the desktop. It should be on your OneDrive. It should be accessible via your M365 apps, right? A document, a Word document which is prepared and kept it separately on the desktop, it's not. Correct, everywhere. It will gather all the things. That is why it is using the semantic index. So the indexing of the data, it is continuously doing at the back end. But that is not a new. That is what the function of graph does. It is already there. That particular feature, it is already there. Now we are just leveraging it. That's it. Correct. As a developer, we use the graph a lot. But for the power user, graph is the connector to collate all your data, as you said, how it has been indexing, right? Exactly. He may not be able to. He may not be able to, right? A new tenant, or as you clearly pointed out, a new joinee joins our company. He doesn't have anything. His graph will not retrieve anything unless until something shared to him. Say for example, as soon as he joins the team, we will share a SharePoint site where all the content is there, right? So those content he will be. The graph doesn't differ based upon the organization. Graph differs based upon what permission you have, what access level you have. Mm. Correct, exactly. Exactly, that is how it is. Dataverse, you call it as Dataverse. We call it as two different documents. I have 4 documents, out of which only 2 you have access. Two documents you don't have access. So what you will get? Your graph will be able to access only those 2 documents, not all the 4 documents. When you want something to be generated, the content, the intelligence will be fetched only from these 2 documents. Now model is generic. The data fed to that model, that is where graph helps. Mm. Correct, correct. Obviously, that's what I said. Today, if you the same keyword, the same word, you open it and create an SOW, it will give you a different content. After 1 week, within this 1 week, much more conversation would have happened. Much more documentations would have transferred between you and your team. So when the next week you type the same thing, the content you will get is different. You will not get the same content. The data goes to the language model, large language model. Without the data, how the large language model processes it and converts it into a meaningful info. Correct. Absolutely correct. Yes. These are all the drawbacks which we are. That's why it is not yet productionized. Correct. Correct. When it goes to the LLM, Microsoft claims that LLM uh, sits within your tenant. That's what they are saying. It is all we have to believe. That's it. They have documentations because without a valid documentations and without a valid SLA, we will not agree for it. They are preparing it. They are coming up with that. But as you said, it is not a productionizable one. It is not a productionized. We cannot roll out it because we don't know. We are not 100% confident that whether this data is going out of my tenant and whether this data or whether the AI is very responsible to give me a proper, because all the information the scientists and pharmacists are using are very sensitive information. Like so in Europe and all, it will be very, the GDPR process, it's very stringent. If once they find it fault, the penalties will be very huge. So rather we will not use it now. Let us get a proper SLA and proper productionized version. Let's wait for some time. That is what it happened today, right? Today morning, it is accessing the public data. Why? Because how we can say, how we can know is, Manoj asked to create an inventory app. Inventory app, if those keywords and if the content related to those, if it is not there in his tenant already, from where it created the app? So it is generic, the inventory application. It is a generic word. So using that generic one, it creates a template of your app. So it means that it is accessing the outside data. Correct, but it will not mix the data as if it will, the intelligence will be added based upon the outside data also. The template for the RFP and the template for the SOW, what are all the contents, what are all the headings will be there. So all these things, it can take it from the internet or it public. The content within the SOW will be only from my data only, right? Right? No, not at, it is not. Right. Converting it into a proper information. That's what, right? There is no mechanism to restrict and all that. It is not that matured. It is launched, even the preview launched in March only, right? For the last any product, it will take at least 1 or 2 years to mature, and all our feedbacks, comments, they'll incorporate it in their backlog items. So it is rolled out. It is not publicly available. I'll come to the points, how to access it, how to try with that. Right. So that is what about the creativity and unlock productivity. As I said, the same thing. It can consolidate your outlook, and what are all the you can simply ask the outlook. Every day morning, if I go as a service manager, I'll have thousands of emails. I can ask Copilot within the Outlook, what are all the like important events happening today, and it will consolidate all my 1,000 emails. And these are all the service incidents. Don't look into the service incidents. These are all the only escalation emails. Look into that one. So those things we can. That is how the productivity topic they are saying, and up level skills also. So I can catch up with the Copilot. This is how within Outlook it comes. And up level skill is nothing but the business chat. Within the Teams, the Copilot is coming, and the same sort of questions. It will help you with any sort of clarifications within your tenant. So that's all about Copilot. So far, beyond this, it is not a productionizable one. It is a new terminology. Whatever it is already there, the same thing, leveraging with an extra model and converting it, targeting for the power user. That's what Copilot is all about. Are we clear? What is Copilot? Mission accomplished. Right. So how to enable it? How to try it out as an enterprise? How we can try it out? So let us assume that for that pharma company, I'm going to introduce this Copilot. So there is a program called Early Access Program provided by Microsoft. It's targeted for very few of the enterprises. It is not open for all the enterprises. They open for 600 customers, and those customers also, it is not that which we apply for it first come first serve. It is not like that. Microsoft, based upon their existing customer base, they finalized to the 600 customers. They rolled out only for the 600 customers, and then the next step what we can do is we can reach out to Microsoft Account Manager to nominate your organization. We can try it out. It is already finished. So no new organizations are able to enroll for this one now. There is a separate way. There is a workaround for it. But as if an organization the early access program, it is finished. And then early access program includes 300 licenses that can be added to any user that currently has M365, E3 and E5. It means that my E3, like our organization is a member of 60 to 70K. Out of 60 to 70K, if we enroll for the early access program, only 300 people will come to get access for Copilot. And how we will, based upon few scientists or few pharmacists, few IT people, few people from the platform team. So all these things we will split among ourselves and start doing the POCs for it. And then cancellation is possible within 7 days of purchase, and after that it is not possible. It is there. You can like as I said, you can simply reach out to your Microsoft site, or any Microsoft account manager can help you with that. And then licenses cannot be assigned across multiple tenants. During EAP, the release cadence will be faster, and you also get to directly provide feedback to the Microsoft. That's what, like since it is a new feature, they are receiving, like they want us to provide more comments and feedbacks. Based upon that, the product will be matured. And the licensing cost, it is a bit higher, though we pay for E3 and E5. After paying for E3 and E5, 30 USD per user we have to pay, and that is for a per month. It's too expensive, right? 60,000 employees, in a normal organization, 50,000 employees and 30 USD per month. It is going beyond our budget. We cannot roll out for all the employees now. And add-on license, like at least if 30 USD comes within the E3 and E5, then it is good. We have to pay for E5, and then on top of it, we need to pay $30 additional. So that's one difficulty which we are facing, and a huge uplift. It is for, if I use E5, once I roll out for the entire 60,000 plus users, it's going, the cost goes up to 50%. 50%, it is increasing. So it is, we need to think, we need to take a decision whether it is a really enable our scientists to fasten their work. That's what we can say. It is available. I'll come. I'll come. It is. So all these times we saw about how it is there for the enterprise E3, E5, how I can get early access program, all these things, right? But as an individual, how I can try it out? Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's under testing. No, for to enroll in the EAP, right? No, 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 no. That 300 license, it's free. 300 licenses, yeah. If you want 301, you will be charged $30. You have to. That is how come for 300 we can pay, right? So far we have seen as an organization. Now how can I, as an individual, how can I try it out? There is a way, MS Insider Dev program. We hope, how many of you are aware of MS Insider Dev program? Yep. So are you a member of it? Okay. MS Insider Dev program. If you become a member of it, with $30, you can try it out. That's what. See, if people don't know about Insider Dev program, I'll give you a small introduction. It is nothing but a separate program for which you need to enroll with your personal ID, whatever it is, work or school account. And once you enroll it, you will be informed with a lot of development activities and the new features rolled out and all those things. You'll be you are nominating yourself for doing some sort of early release accesses. That is what the MS Insider. It's a free of cost. You can log in or you can nominate yourself. After you log in as a dev, MS Insider dev, you need to pay $30. That's one thing. While nominating yourself, it will ask for your credit card, and it will be charged for 1 rupee. The next day, that 1 rupee will be reverted. So no charge for it. Joining the MS Insider dev. But after, as soon as you start using this, $30 will be charged. Is it clear? Right. So now let's come to since the topic, since the day revolves around Power Platform, the same thing. So I'm giving a break here. All of us are clear what is Copilot, how to procure the license. That's what I'm trying to cover. How going home, how you can try yourself. That's what the agenda is. Within 1 hour, we cannot cover everything, right? So all you have what you want to try in home. That's what I'm trying to ensure that. And then now the topic, since the topic revolves around the Power Platform, let's see in Power Platform how it is. Already Manoj covered this one in the morning session itself. The same thing, the Power App, how can I, instead of creating my own Power App, how can I, like, as a power user, let us assume that the same thing, inventory app. Inventory app, how my scientist or my pharmacist, they themselves can open the make.powerapp.com and then they can start typing something, their requirement, they will get an app. After getting a partial app, they'll come back to the IT team. Definitely it is not a 100% proper app. So that's what it is happening. Like with that, if you ask the scientists to create their own app, will they develop it properly? After developing, it'll become more headache to the IT team to solve that problem, to correct it. From the scratch, I would have developed myself. That's what it is happening. Most of the products, that is how the problem which is happening we are facing. They want to become an IT folk, and they cannot make it 100%. 50 to 60% they'll do, and they'll hand it over to you, and it is becoming our headache. To activate, we saw the did Manoj show how to activate it in Power Platform? Okay, directly jump into the make.power app. Okay, before that, that one we can skip. Like all of you know how to open it. All of you know how to open Power App, make.powerapps.com and create an app. Similarly, before that, we need to know what are all the prerequisites to enable your Copilot in your Power Platform. To enable it, your environment must be only in the United States. It is not rolled out for any other region, right? Only in the United States region it is. So your environment, you can have n number of environments. You can create your own environment. So whatever the environments which is there in United States, that only will be enabled. And then your account must have an English as the browser language. That is mandatory. It is rolled out for only for English, not for any other European or the Asian languages. And it have a database in your environment. You should have a database. Obviously this is satisfied with every Power App users. Obviously if I'm going for a Power App, I would have having a database in mind. And AI builder must be enabled for your environment. And then how to enable it? Go to the Power Platform Admin Center, select an environment, select the settings, products, features. That's it. Want to see that? We'll see that. Go to the environment. Let me select the Copilot enabled environment. I have two different environments. I'll show you that difference. Here we have. This is where we have, right? If I disable it in this environment, Power Pilot like a Copilot will not come. Got it? This is what the screenshot of it. That's where we have to. Without that, even you buy $30, it will not be available. And the disabling it, the same thing, go to the same step and disable it. Obviously, that is my personal tenant. I showed you my personal tenant. This is not the office tenant. And the next one. Do we really want to see a demo app, the same inventory app creation? I don't think it is useful. Let's focus on the other stuff, right? Rather we spend some time. So there are a couple of items. I think Manoj shared almost all the. He created a Power Automate and he created a Power App. All these things, right? Yeah. And one thing I'm talking like, I'm not advocating for that one, but just what are all the difficulties which we faced? I just wanted to share it with you. Even the Power App, we created the app. After creating the app, there is no way we can edit the app using the Copilot. We were not able to edit it. If you want to make some modification, again, it has to be a normal developer. So what's the point for rolling out in my organization? I roll it out, as I said, someone, the non-technical guy, the science guy, he'll create an app for himself. He wants to edit it. To edit it, again, he'll come back to the IT team, right? So no, I don't see any proper implementation plan for this one. Being a gatekeeper, I'm saying, not advocating for Microsoft. As a pharma employee, we need some selling point or we need some understanding, right? So that's what we were. To roll out, these are all the plan which we are implementing. We have an assemble a program team. The program team has to roll out any. This is not only for the Copilot. This is any of the AI enabled project. It has to be a proper plan should be deployed, right? We'll assemble a program team and define the pilot objective. What is what I'm going to do? That's what we did for the last 2 months. We did this one. The same evaluation, evaluating the Copilot and whether it will suit for my organization or not. What are all the key performance indicators? Whether it will suit my technical requirements, whether it will suit my security, privacy, compliance, whether the AI is responsible, whether it will comes under my budget. So all these things we need to evaluate. Then only then only we can roll out this into an enterprise, right? It is not only technically it is capable. We can enroll it. Like we can roll out. It is not that case. Even though it is technically good, it seems to be very funda. Am I really going to use it? So that's one thing which we need to. But being a developer, it's always good to know, good to try it out. We'll try ourselves, whatever the new features are coming, we'll try it out, and then later if someone uses it or not, it is not our fact, right? So the plan, the rollout plan usually we will have is assemble a program team, define the objective, identify the pilot participants. The participants is very important. It shouldn't be only the IT people. We have some IT people. We have some group from the platform team, someone from the marketing team, someone from the commercial team, some people from the R&D. So it should be a group of people. That's why this 300 people, the 300 trial licenses we have utilized. We shared only 200 so far, and remaining 100 we have it. And additional geography or demographic identifiers, that's very important. We spread it across 100+ countries. So demography, in which demography it works properly. It works only in US, it is not working in any other places. So that's one thing. And in application training program, like how can I train the end users? How can I train my power users? And then pilot implementation plan, what is the plan for the implementation? And then pilot monitoring. Once I roll it, all these things happened 2 months back. For this continuous 2 months for the pilot, not the co-pilot, for the co-pilot pilot implementation plan, right? So pilot monitoring and evaluation. I'm continuously monitoring and evaluate how it is going, and what is the cost which I'm spending, and what is the cost which I will be spending. And senior leadership teams, engagements and communication plan. We need to be more cautious with the leadership team. And then contingency plan. What if it fails, how can I come back? That's what the contingency plan is. Post-pilot transition plan, once the pilot gets succeeded, how can I transit to how can I productionize that? And then capture overall success criteria. Whether all the success criteria are met, then we can consider this as a successful implementation. We can go for the implementation. So that's what the evaluation, basically all this plan are the plan of evaluation which we did. That's it. Basically, it should be very detailed, right? We cannot go back to the leadership team and saying that there's one new feature, Copilot, it has been released. Let's try it out. They will not agree. You should present it with the proper use case, and you should present it with the proper rollout plan. This is what I'm going to do. And end of 3 months, we will decide whether to implement it or not. So that's what it is. And the disclaimer is, it is not mature. That's one thing. Again and again, I'm saying the data or the results which you are going to get, it's not the same for today and tomorrow and day after tomorrow. Whenever you do a refresh, it's going to give you a different result sets. Be mindful, and then be mindful that the product is still in the early access program. It is not generally available. So unless until we have a proper SLA, it's not recommended for the customers to use it. We can try it out, we can do the pilot, and all your success criteria are met, then roll out it for the customer. It's not something a .NET or a Java which we roll out today. We will, instead of .NET, we'll go for Angular. It's not the same thing. It's not the same case. Only few things which is in the hands of the developer, or even I won't even call it as in the hands of developer, in the hands of the implementation team. To implement it, it doesn't need a developer at all. It doesn't need even a developer. All it needs is an implementation team, the platform team. They own the Office 365 tenant, right? So be mindful before recommending or before you start implementing it. Then these are all the useful resources which we can learn further and try it out. Enable, like my recommendation would be, go through some of the videos. All these videos are giving you the same picture. That's what, like the same content in a different flavor. Go through them. Enroll yourself for MS Insider Dev program. Enable it. Spend $30. Try it out with your Word, PowerPoint, Excel. It gives decent results. It is working, but not sure whether it is productionizable or not. Any doubts? தெரியலையேங்க. Yes, sir. See, being a customer, we can plan our strategy. We cannot. Yes, sir. Still, it's only 2 months, but most probably, as you said, the budget it is too high. It's increasing 50% of our. As I said, we are an organization of 70 plus. So 70 plus organization into $30 every month. It's huge for us, right? And one another thing is we cannot restrict people also. If we roll it for 1,000, then the rest of the team members will start asking it. At that time, on what basis? It creates unnecessary. It's not an IT organization. We have all rights to ask all questions to anyone, right? That's what I'm saying. We that we can plan for 1,000 users rollout. Once someone knows that he has why not me? Why? What basis? On what basis you chose them? That those people will ask those kind of questions. Yeah, I understand, but these decisions and all, yes, it is all practical usage, not only. Mm, mm, right. Mm, correct. Right. Right. Exactly. So those things, it differs. Like as I said, there is no concrete answer for it. Like based upon organization, we can adapt whatever best. Right. We are in the pilot only. Next month it is completing. We did it for the last 2 months. We are doing it. Let's see that the decision. Anything else? Are we clear? Yes, sir. I didn't say that. Look. I didn't say that. Is that recorded like that?
But are there any kind of points that you found which are really useful?
Yes.
And what were those?
Yes, really useful. I'll say that it has a continuity. That's what I would say. See, there are really, we tried it for 1 week. We created a dummy discussion around the same vaccine we rolled out, right? 2019, the same vaccine. We did all the content, we pasted, we created a Teams group, and inside that Teams group we pasted some of the contents, and we tried creating a request for proposal. And we set up another service company as if they are giving a proposal, and that proposal and the request for proposal, and we send back the clarification to the proposal, and then the statement of work we were able to generate it. Till the statement of work we were able to generate it. But as I told, even the numbers, cost, everything differs. Today I generated, tomorrow I generated, that costs are different. How can I believe that one? That's what we prepared a complete user story, and the end-to-end cycle, it works. But we doubt on the results, whether that's what, like whether it is giving few numbers of USD today, the next day it is giving a different number of USD. We cannot go back with that, right? So that use case we tried it out, and as I said, the Power App we tried it out. Power App, it is generating, and again, one advantage we saw is it is able to generate 250 parameters, 250 fields in a single app. It is generating. To generate that one, it requires at least 3-4 days for a developer to sit, drag and drop, drag and drop, drag and drop. Even you do, it will take 3 days, right? But with that, it is taking 3 minutes to generate all the 250 controls for it. After 250 controls, if you want to make any changes, a developer has to do it. That's one thing, one difficult point, pain point which we see. You're right. Correct. What you'll do, the first app you need to cautiously delete it, right? The science users will not do that. The science users, they will create app 1, app 2, app 3, app 4, like that. They will keep on doing it. Who will clean up? That will come to IT. End of the year, they will say that. There are thousands of apps. Identify, audit those apps and clean up the unused app. They'll come to us only. Correct. Obviously, the resultant is you are getting action item on yourself. End of the year, audit all the unused app. How do we know that whether app is used or not? Based upon the last modified date or last access date. If you delete it, someone will say that I owned that one, I will use it later. Right.
So we can discuss on. Yeah, we can discuss on that. But it's a co-pilot. It's not autopilot.
Right.
So as Manoj was also pointing out clearly. So Copilot, you generate the application first time with the Copilot, but then whatever changes you need, you can still ask what can be done for that. It may not generate it for you, but at least it will suggest you how to go about the issues, the task that you are asking it. So even for the the science type of user that you are telling may not be a technical user, they will still be at least knowing, come to know what to do, how to do, and those kind of things. Yeah.
Right.
So I mean, I'm just kind of trying to understand like whether that was also tried and that did not work.
No, that is what like we cannot make we cannot tell that whether it is decided or not, right? There are certain lot of benefits are there. There are a lot of pain points are there. Based upon that, I would say that don't record it. At least we will wait for 6 more months. Like my recommendation to my organization is not to go with wait for 6 months. Let the product be mature enough, then we will enroll it because it will reduce. Actually, we are trying to reduce the workload of an IT team. By introducing it now, it will increase. It will not going to reduce it, right? Preview, yeah, it is not generally available. Yep. And there is one another point is we have spread it across our major businesses in Europe, not in US. That's one the first point itself it got. But in an assumption that if we request, Microsoft will obviously open it for Europe also, at least for the customer basis. So that facilities Microsoft is giving. So that's the reason we tried it out. Yes. Sorry. Right. We can obviously import it. It doesn't have anything to do with Copilot, right? It's not even a, you have an app, you are importing it. That's it. It is a Power Platform capability. It is not the No, that's what it is generating. It is just assisting you to do it. It will not import for you. Correct. Mm, mm. I told you, right? You cannot use Copilot to edit your app, but you can use Copilot to get suggestions how to edit it. It will not edit. That's what I'm saying.
Like you mentioned, give inventory, right?
Ah.
It will give table suggestion.
Right.
And then you can modify that table, that level, right? You can ask Copilot.
Mm,
Then the predefined canvas photo will be generated.
mm.
Now that screen you can ask, okay, give me add this screen, this, right? You can
Add, it is not adding. There is no screen. That's what I'm. There is no screen for it. That's what I'm saying. We can customize manually, not using the Copilot. That's what I'm saying.
tab will be created, the default tab will be
Correct.
created.
Correct.
That gallery was
Mm.
like edit form.
Right.
Then you can ask your app, so okay, change my label name, add one label, then do that.
Once you save it, you cannot do it.
There's some
Mhm.
after not save, but that
No, after save, you cannot add it. The Copilot window itself, the panel for the Copilot, it is not coming. Once you save it, publish it. You try it out. Mm. Right. Yeah. Before publishing it, it is not yet created. Still, you are in the creation mode. I save and I published it. That's it. I haven't tried out with only save before publishing. Can I edit it or not? After publish, it is not. Okay. Yes. Mm, mm, mm. Mm. Okay. Sorry, I'm not able to answer that one since I'm not familiar with that variance. Sorry for that. Okay. Thank you. That's our
Thank
one
you.
ash. Thank you. Hope though it was slow, hope everyone listened, right? I wanted to make it very slow so that people will understand it. At least going back, the only intention is going back, try it out with yourself. Yep. Yep, thanks, bro. Then mark, pointer. புரிஞ்சுதா? ம்?
Check, check. Can you hear me? Yeah. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. It's not changing here. Yeah, it's changing. It's changing. Yeah. Okay. So today I'll try to cover customer insights and I'll provide a quick introduction about myself and then what are the customer pain points and the requirements we got it, and also customer insights overview, customer insights architecture, and what is next coming in the customer insights. And I'll take up the questions. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Prabhu Govindan. I'm working as a senior consultant in Microsoft. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, I have 10 plus years of experience in BizApps and Power Platform. So I'm working on Dynamics D365 CRM from 4.0 version onwards and delivered projects on omnichannel, customer insights, Power Platform, and customer engagements. Prior joining to Microsoft, I have worked on KPMG and CGA. So here I could like to thank our Power Platform community and then event sponsors and then CGA for giving me this opportunity. I hope I make your time valuable and provide enough information on this topic. Yeah, so before I actually get into the topic, I could like to share the real-time experience of my project in the last year. So last year, I got a customer with the couple of pain points and the problem statements. So they have multiple systems. They have multiple systems in the ecosystem, and they're large customer base. So they want to see the customer 360-degree view of the customers, right? Because they have a data in multiple applications, so they want to see the customer 360. So as a one customer, and also they want to see the sales forecasting and opportunity predictions. And also they want to see what is the annual income or annual annual spend of the customer, and what are the cases raised by the customer annually. And also they want to improve the marketing effectiveness, right? So if we have this requirement, right, what are the different options we can try? Can when we have a different systems and they have these requirements, what are the different options we can try? So let me start. So we thought of trying with the Power BI with Azure Data Lake, but customer is having a huge data. I mean huge data, and then they have a complex algorithm to match the data between the systems. So when I say the systems, for example, they have a on-premise, I mean data in on-premise SQL. They have a data in the FNO, and then they have a data in the CRM, and of course they have data in the Azure as well. Correct? So they have a complex algorithm to match the data, and also the final output they want to embed it in the Dynamics D365 apps. For example, in the sales app, whenever I open the contact or a lead, I want to see the consolidated data of the customer, right? And also they want to take the data out and create a segments, segments on this output data. Okay, so this is one way we thought. Any other way we can implement it? Is there any other way? Okay, so then we looked at the multiple products. Then we found that customer insights, it will help and fulfill all the requirements. For example, it is having an inbuilt connector to take the data from the different systems. Same like a Power Automate or a Power Platform. It is having the same connectors where you can take the data from the different systems, including your on-premise system. And also this can be, the data can be embedded in the your sales application, sales or marketing application. Okay, and also it can handle millions or billions of data. It can be expandable, and if you want a new systems, new systems are getting introduced, so you can add with the custom connectors. You can easily connect using the custom connectors. So that's why we have choose the customer insights. This is the product from the Microsoft. Okay, so it can easily work with the ecosystem, Microsoft ecosystems. So customer insights high level process starts with the data ingestion. So as I said, we get the data from different data source, including your on-premise data. And then we create a customer profiles out of the data which we got it. And then we define the entities, and then we define the activities and the relationship. So relationship means how two entities are linked each other. So that way we define a relationship and activities. And then once we have the final data, right, I have a Prabhu in a 10 different system. Now after merging, I have only one Prabhu, right? I want to enrich this data with the Microsoft provided information as well as from third party or a customer data. So that enrichment also it is possible, right? And then we can create a measures, and then we can create a segments out of it. So not all the customers will use the customer insights directly in the customer insights, because for example, sales team, right? They will not directly log into these customer insights. So they want to see the, the data in different system. They want to see the consolidated view in a single application. D365 maybe Sales Hub or, custom apps, right? So marketing team, they will not log into the customer insight and see the data. So what they will do is they will create a segments, right? Provide me the high revenue customers, or provide me the particular region customers. So they create a segments, and then that segments they take it to the marketing, or they will take the data to the Power BI, or they take the data to the to run the machine learning model. So this is going to be the overview. So in today's whole presentation, we are going to talk about this one only. Any questions before I move to the next slide? Yes. Yes. So the first step in the customer insights is the data ingestion. So usually data will be scattered in a different applications, and the data will be in silos, right? to get the customer 360-degree view, first we need to ingest the data from the different applications. Right? The same Prabhu, it will be in ERP, it will have a different information. In the sales CRM system, it will have a different information. And then on-premise system or employee table, it will have a different information. Right? So now I need to take all the data to the customer insights. Okay. So for example, transaction data will be in the point of sales, and then behavioral data will be in the product testing application, and customer service or the sales service data will be in the CRM application. So what we will do is we will take all the data into the customer insights application. So basically, customer insights provide three options to take the data. One is the direct import, data import, where you can take the data from the Dataverse or Azure Blob Storage or on-premise system. And the second option is the CDM, common data model. You can connect with the common data model and take the data. And the third option is directly connecting with the Dataverse connector, same like your Power Automate or Power App systems. So by default, all the data sources are refreshed automatically. Right? Customer insights provide multiple options to refresh the data. Now I took the data, right? I have multiple sources, multiple data set. Same like a Power BI, or if you can connect with the Power BI, for each data source, it will create a multiple data set. For example, CRM is the data source. There you can have account, contact, case can be a data sets. So it creates a data set in the customer insights application itself. Okay. So what happens is, now I have the data, I have hundreds of data sets, right? I will not refresh it manually. By default, it will not refresh it automatically. What it will, we have to schedule it. So it provides couple of options. One is the scheduled refresh, right? We can periodically refresh it, like weekly, monthly, or daily. We can able to refresh it, and then we can refresh, and then we can do the incremental ingestion. Right? Not all the data sources are providing the incremental ingestion. Only particular data source, few data sources are providing this option. And finally, we have a near real-time ingestion. Right? It will not be like a scheduled refresh. There will be a slight delay, but it will ingest the data in the near real time. Sorry, any questions?
Data gets uploaded to the
Correct. Right. Right. For example, whenever I created data in record in CRM, contact record in CRM, so immediately it will not do. It may take some time to refresh it. So the first option what we have is the schedule refresh, right? So if I schedule it like every weekly, so I need to wait till 1 week to get the data. Instead of that, if you configure like a near real time, maybe in a, maybe in an hour time or a 2 hours time, the data will be in the customer insights. Yes, all the connectors. Whatever it is supporting on the Power Platform, it supports all the connectors. Except we cannot create a custom connectors. We cannot create a custom connector. It supports even on-premise system, on-premise SQL. With a, of course, yes. Yes, that's what we are going to cover. Yeah, please. Correct. Yes, same connectors. Any other questions? So here you can see the Power Query, Azure Data Lake, and then Microsoft Dataverse. Then it takes the data, ingests the data, then it runs the Power Query. So here I've mentioned couple of the data sources, one from the Dynamics, one from the POS application, and another one from the website. So every data you are every touch point, right? For example, you are getting an email, just you subscribe or unsubscribe, right? All the data will be captured in your CI system. Or sending an email, you are sending an email to the customer, that will be captured and created as an activities in the customer insights. Okay, we have seen data ingestion. So now we'll see what is unification process. Usually unification involves M3 process. What is M3 process? Map, match, and merge. Right? So what is map? So now we took the data from the different data source. Right? We have to map. What are the entities? What are the attributes? What are the primary key? So we need to map the attributes. So if you are familiar with your ETL tool, right? Exactly, it is doing the same thing. Voice. Yeah, exactly, it is doing the same thing. It takes the data, ETL process, extraction, transform, and then loading. Right? The same thing. Map, match, and merge. It will take the data from the different source, then match it, and then merge it into a single customer to get the holistic view of the customer. So in this process, we will perform only for the customer profile, not for the activities. When we take the data, this process will run only for the customer data, not the activities what he performed. Let's say email activities or phone call activities, or he done outside of the CRM system, right? All that will be captured as an activities in the customer insights. Okay, we'll see one by one what are the M3 process. So in the mapping, first we select what are the entities. So here when I mention entities, nothing but your data sets, right? We will select what are the data sets which are going to be involved on this process, right? And then we need to select what are the attributes going to be involved on this process, right? I may have in the CRM system, I may have 100 attributes, right? I may take all the 100 attributes, but I don't want to involve all the attributes into this process, right? And then the next step is we need to select what is the primary key to match two tables. So you can perform all your complex algorithm in this process. So the next step in the M3 process is the match. Now, sure. Any questions? Now in the match process, now we took the data to the customer insights. Now we have to match. I have a two table, one from is it two? Yeah. So now I have a two table, one from the FNO, one from the CRM, and the third one from the SQL. Now I need to match all this, how it is going to related, right? So first I will select what is my primary table. For example, CRM will be primary table or FNO will be a primary table. I will select the primary table, then secondary table. That will first merge, and then that result set will merge into the third data set. That it will go on. You can match multiple entities, yeah, and then merging. Now we have performed map, match. Finally, we will mention what is the algorithm to merge the records. So for example, the same data email address will exist in all the three different applications. So now here we need to mention from which application I want to take the email address. What is my primary truth, right? What data truth. So what that we have to take it, that we have to mention it in the merging process. Yes, I'll cover the demo. Yes, then developed.
So it will take which one?
So that we will mention it in the ranking. So here set the rank importance. So here we need to mention what is our primary system.
So in some cases, like first name and last name is very valid in the first table, first applications, and in few cases, the again like first and last name would be for other user will be in the second applications. So how it can?
So what we can do is first we can merge the data, but we have to select the primary application. But this data, let's say I have a 10 system. In all the application I have first name, last name. We can match with one application with all other 9 applications. So dynamically it cannot take the data.
So we need to define at least one is the right source
Right,
and then
right.
based on that other data.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll have a quick. It can be structured or it can be unstructured. Still we can take it. We can take the data. It's having a JSON connector also somewhere. Yeah, it is having a JSON connector. Yeah. Okay, we will have a quick demo. Before that, I'll just show you what are the steps involved on the M3 process. Here we have a, so this is your data ingestion, data source. Here we will perform the M3 process. First, we will select what are the source fields and then matching condition. Then finally, your merging will happen. So here it will create your unified customer. So the same thing here, we will select what is the contact what is the primary key for each of the data sets, and here we will select what are the attributes that need to be involved. So here we will apply the matching condition. So condition 1, condition 2, how it is going to match it, which one we have to take it. So here we can set the precision also. So it is like exact match or perfect match that we can mention it here. And then finally we will have a merge. So finally we will have a merge. So if you have a data from the different data source, here we can exclude or we can combine those two fields. Finally we can review and create a customer profile. Any questions before I move to the predictions?
Real-time problems, right? Let's say, for example, I'm defining unit of measurement as micro management, micro with a symbol. And then I also define it with specific alphabet characters like MICRO. But then how do you map in such cases?
Yeah, so we take the data, again it will go through the ETL process. In the transformation, I showed you the Power Query, right? So there we will transform it.
But when you say transform it, there is no specific way of mapping it exactly, because anyone can define it in any specific way, right?
So we have to define all that algorithm. So for example, in one system, I may have in a different format. So in another system, it can be in a different format. We have to define for each data source what is the algorithm it has to follow.
And there is even more challenges also. Say, for example, again, I define the customer account in Salesforce in a different way, where I will be consolidating all the information related to CGI entity. Okay, I have a CGI entity based out of this particular region, maybe another one somewhere towards North Bangalore, but then all put together, I define it as one CGI entity in Salesforce account. But then let's say you are looking at another ERP or another CRM solution, and maybe they would have classified it into multiple accounts. It could be like CGI, Martali CGI, Elanka CGI, something else. So how do you combine these two sets of data?
If you've already grouped in your source system, so here again we have to split and take the data. Otherwise, we have to split it in the source system only. In this system, we cannot ungroup and take the data.
Yeah, that's correct. So that's what I'm actually worried about, because we cannot enforce these rules for each of these systems, because each of the organizations might be following in a different format, and enforcing this needs to be done right at the beginning of the implementation.
Correct.
It cannot be restructured just to fit into Dataverse.
Yeah, you mentioned that accounts related to Martali, right? Which means I have accounts. I have done my maybe views or group. I have done my grouping, right? Still, I have the data in the source system. So what we can do is we can leave this grouping. We can take the data. We can group it in the customer insight system. Same like take the data and then you can transform like accounts related to Martali.
So what you're saying is multiple accounts can be grouped into one single.
In the CA system, not in the source system. Source system, it will still exist as it is. We take the data and then group into the CI system.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any questions? Okay, so we have seen unification. Now we'll see how to enrich the data and how to use the predictions. Now we took the data into the CI, map, merge. Now we have a single unified profile, right? So now we are going to enrich it. In the data enrichment, we can take the external data with your customer profiles. So this includes both Microsoft data as well as your third party or the partner data. So for example, here Microsoft provides brands, right? So brands and so here Microsoft provides brands. Now I have a customer profile. I can enrich the data with the Microsoft provided enrichment data. So what it does is already Microsoft have grouped the data, or they have already the data that can be used to enrich our data, right? So another one is the enhanced address. Enhanced address. Now I have a customer profile. It's like it's not like enriched. What I mean to say enriched is I don't have a proper address validation, right? Using this out of the or Microsoft provided enrichment, we can enrich the our data with the Microsoft provided data. Yeah. So for example, we have a demographic data. So Microsoft collects all the data and keep it as a source, right? They have a bunch of existing data. So I have a customer profile. We can apply and make it as a enriched data. More data to it, more validated data. So for example, here one of the example is the enhanced address. Now I have address. I have only the PIN code. I want to get the complete address. In the US, we can able to get the complete address, or I have only the partial address. We can enrich using the enhanced address.
Because we'll be banking on whatever data is given. We'll be banking on whatever data is produced by this. So when it is enriching, to what level will it be accurate? The accuracy percentage of this.
So right now we, I'm not sure about the accuracy. Sorry.
Okay, so in that case, do we need to create a separate integration, custom connector, or it is taken care of the CS?
So this comes from the app source. So for example, this is our partner data, and this is our partner data. This is our partner data. So the data, we don't need another data to ingest in our customer insights.
So if it is not there in the app, then we cannot do the activity, right?
No. What I mean to say is, these are all will be in the customer data. We are using the data to enrich our data. So that whatever the for example, here demographics provides some data that we are not taking in our customer insights. We are taking the data just to enrich it.
Yeah, same thing I'm saying. Say if there is a directory which is not there in, I mean, which is not common, which is common across European market. We are using that service to enrich and find the customer name in the directory and get the other details.
Correct.
So that can be done as a out of the box integration, or we need to like integrate separately.
No, not separate integration is required. So here you can add the enrichment, and then that can be used for your customer profile. We don't need a separate integration.
Okay, thank you.
So once you've done your enrichment, so here you will get separate card that can be embedded in your customer insights. For example, here based on the brands, how many persons are liking this brands, based on the other customer information, we can able to enable this card. And then we can also have the predictions. There are predefined out of the box models available to create a better experience, improve the business capabilities, and then revenue streams. So there are out of the box prediction models available. For example, customer lifetime value, sentiment analysis, we can use these predictions. Or if you are not, your requirements are not suit for this requirements, you can take the data to the Azure Data Lake or anywhere, you can run your machine learning model and you can have your own predictions. Okay, these are all Microsoft provided out of the box predictions. Okay, now we'll see how to manage the external data. How to take the data to the external systems. So there are two ways to take the data. One is your data export, which includes all your metadata, file systems, including your data, metadata, everything. And then the second, then we can export the segments as well. So segments are nothing but your customer profiles. So I created, based on our M3 process, I created a customer profiles that can be exported as a segments, like a group of, conditions, that can be exported to your external systems. And also you can run a Power BI, Power BI query, or you can run the machine learning model on this. Okay, so till now we have seen, how the customer insights worked, or how the customer insights will work. Now we will see how to use the customer insights with the Power Platform. Okay, let's see one by one. So you can create a Power BI report. You can take the data out from the customer insights and you can create a Power BI reports, or you can directly connect with the Power BI. There are connectors, customer insights connector available. You can directly connect to the, from the Power BI desktop, you can directly connect to the customer insights and create a Power BI reports. Power BI portal. Yes, we can.
That, like custom connector you were saying, right? That we
Not in the custom connector.
Mhm.
Customer insights provides a API.
Right.
Right. So using the API, you can take the data in the portals. Same like your data was API. Customer insights also having an API.
Okay, thank you.
What is the format of data out and segments, segment files?
It will be in a CSV format,
CSV.
structured format. So internally, when we take the data, it stores as a table. Same like your data was table, it stores as a separate tables, rows and columns.
Like PBIX file? No.
No CSV. And here we take two set of data. One is the custom, actual data from the customer insights. Otherwise, we can take the segments also from the customer insights. Okay. And we have seen the Power BI, how to use the Power BI. Now we'll see how to use the Power Automate. For example, if there are any data changes in my customer insights, so the same connectors, we can use it in the Power Automate. Okay, the same connectors can be used and you can trigger the Power Automate. And then Power Apps. So now I have a final customer profile that can be embedded in your sales application. Right? In it, from 10 application, I have taken, Prabhu from all the 10 application. I have one customer profile. Now I open an account or a contact or a lead based on the email ID or a phone number. We can embed it as a card in the Dynamics D365 apps. Any questions? I can show you the screenshots. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
customer profile, only the master data. So is there any information that we get on the transactional data, like amount of sales made or amount of footfalls that has been made in the customer insights?
Yes, that is the segments. So we create, we have a, we collect all the data, right? We can create a segments out of it. So we can group all the table. I mean, we can group all the table. We can take that data from the different tables. We can create a segments.
Okay, so when you consider transactional data, so transactional data will be keeping on generated on a day-to-day basis, and how that data ingestion or the transformation process can be happening separately for master data and separately for transactional data, right? Both cannot be same.
What do you mean by transactional data, master data?
Like sales, say suppose on a supermarket, the point of sales is collecting that transactional data, the sales data. So if we have to transform that sales data, so that has to be like treated in a separate way compared to the master data transformation. That's what I was asking now.
Here,
how it's
master data, transactional data, everything going to be same. It is considering as a table. Now I have a point of sales, I have a table, we connect, take the data, and then CRM, I have a data, connect and take the data. Now I have a two table. Now I will map on what basis, based on the email ID or a phone number or first name, last name, we need to map it and merge it. So that will create a separate, unified customer profile. That will be only one customer profile. Now in future, I'm going to add one more system to this, right? Again, it will involve the same process. How these two match, two output data, how it is going to match with the third data. That will be added in the same customer profile. Yes. So now I connected three systems, three data set or three tables will be in the customer insights. So then the fourth table will get created. That is nothing but your final output customer profile data.
You mean to say like when we have a transactional data in the other four table, so every row will have the customer data again? It's a repeated thing?
That we can select what data I need it. Let's say I need 4 columns from the point of sale. I need 3 columns from the CRM system. I need 3 columns from the ERP system. So that we can select what data it has to be shown in the customer profile.
But in each rows, the customer profile, like if I take a email from the first table, like a customer profile, and then also all transaction data are available in the fourth row, fourth table. So each row,
that transaction, what do you mean by is the activities, right?
Correct.
That will be a separate, I mean, that will be handled separately as an activities here. So for example, there is a customer data. I want to see how many transaction has been performed, how many emails has been sent out, how many SMS has been, how many survey he has done it in the organization. So that all will be handled as a activities in the system. So we will capture each one as a separate activities and merge with the unified profile.
Okay.
Yeah, as I mentioned, it is having an out of the box customer insights connector in the Power BI. You can directly connect and take the data. It can take the measures, entities, or the segments. It can connect with or it can connect with the unified activities as well. From there, you can create a visualization and dashboards. And then you can connect with the so custom insights connector, which is in the preview, available in the Power Automate. So when there is any change in the data, right, we can trigger the customer insights. I mean, we can trigger the Power Automate, and then for example, if there are any failures, we cannot monitor in the customer insights, right? If the data source failure or data set failure, you can post it in your teams. You can create a separate teams. So if there is any failure, Power Automate will trigger, right? From the Power Automate, it will connect with your teams and send a message, maybe in an adaptive card or anything, you can use it. Okay. Or any threshold, when the threshold met or when the unification completed. So you can use your customer insights connector. So here you can see some of your triggers, and here you can see a customer insights connector. These are your trigger points. Okay. So first we create a flow and then connect to customer insights, select the trigger and what is the action we need to perform, send an email or post a message on the Teams, we perform this action. Any questions? Otherwise, I'll move to the next topic. Sorry.
So directly we have a table called the any data tables. So we can transform through this one. So how does it will be get synchronized with your address enhancement which you said, right? Enrichment address or something.
So we have to map it. What data it need to be enriched, we need to map it. I'll try to show it in the demo. Okay. So the next topic is on the customer card. So now we have seen Power BI, how to use it in the Power BI, Power Automate. Now we will see how to use it in the Power Apps. So we can get the customer 360 directly in the Power Apps. Maybe in the Sales Hub or marketing application, you can directly embed the customer insights card in the applications. Okay. So this can be used to display the customer profiles, insights, and the activity timeline. So the steps involved are. Yeah. So first we need to install the customer card add-in, and then we need to configure the customer card add-in here, and then we can add the controls in your forms. Okay. First we need to enable this, or we need to add it in from your apps. Okay. And then we need to configure it. You may have multiple customer insights. It can be B2B or a B2C. So you need to mention what a customer insights organization or a tenant you are going to map it. And then you can embed the card in your app, in your CRM forms or database forms. Any questions? Here you can ask how that will be mapped, right? Now I have a data in the customer insights. I have a data in the CRM. How it will be mapped using your mapping here. So here I'm going to map my contact ID. So source, and then from your CRM application. Now already we took the data from the your CRM application, the customer insights, right? Now the customer insights will have the contact ID. So that will, based on the contact ID, when I open the same contact ID, it will be mapped. So that's where you need to configure it properly. Any questions? Topic. Yeah. It is not for not for the migration. Let's say you have a data in the multiple applications.
Okay.
Right? And customer want to see the customer 360. So basically, let's say we don't have the CI, customer insights. Usually what we do, we take the SSIS package or Azure Data Factory, take all the data into the Azure Data Factory, and then map, merge and everything. Then we keep it in a data warehouse or a data lake, and then we build a UI, right? Now we don't need anything, right? So the same process, whatever we are going to perform, Microsoft has already built the product. It does the same thing. It takes the data, unify it, and then it provides a UI as well.
Okay.
And it can be expandable, right? So if I want to do everything from the scratch, so I need to think about my security, development time, deployment time. Now another system is going for the upgrade. Let's say CRM is going for the upgrade, right? Now I don't need to think about it. So that all that will be handled by the Microsoft. Yes, physical table will be created. No, it will have a separate license.
Even annex license also is not applicable. It should be.
It will be a separate license. So even if you have a CE, F1 or a Power BI, we need to purchase as a separate license. Yes, I'll cover in the upcoming slides. Yes, sir.
available connectors for non Microsoft products, business applications, like for the sense Oracle or Salesforce or something like that?
Yes.
There
Yes,
are connectors.
including on-premise data. I mean, including on-premise SQL. There is a connector. Whatever it is supporting on your Power Automate, we have the same connectors.
Okay. And this embedding, for example, want to see a Power BI report in Oracle Forms.
Okay.
So those type of connectors are there, or?
So we don't need a separate connectors.
Okay.
So we take the data and then we create a customer profile. Then we create a Power BI. We use the out of the box customer insights connector, right? So from that we can create a visualization and a dashboard that will be embedded in your Oracle.
Okay.
Oracle. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Other questions? If not, answer to your questions. So, so this can be, this is your CRM form or a Dataverse form. Here, this data is coming from your customer insights. So these are your activities. So not only from, this is not only coming from your CRM system. Whatever the system you have merged, right? Whatever the system you have selected, it is taking all the data, website data from the different system, purchase. This may be from the F1O, this may be from a different system. All that data will be displayed in your Power Apps system, Power Apps forms. The data will be in the customer insights. We are adding as a card. So not even, yeah, exactly like similar like virtual. So, but yeah, similar like a virtual, like your quick view form. There is no data getting created in your Dataverse. It won't take the space. The same thing for CI, KPIs, and demographic. We are, the data is in CI, but we are embedding in your Power Apps forms. Okay. So and finally, if you have any other applications like C# application or a portal or non-CRM, non-Microsoft application, you can use APIs provided by the customer insights. Same like your Dataverse APIs, you can use customer insights API. Any questions? What kind of dashboard?
Showing all the customer insight data.
Not in the Power Apps form or not in the Dataverse form, because here what we have mapped is the first step is installation, then configuration. In the configuration, I have mentioned connect contact ID from the Dataverse to the contact ID in the CI. So it brings the data based on that. So
Power View is available only on model-driven apps and cannot use it on Power Portal.
Not on the Power Portals.
Okay, thank you.
Understand. So is it the customer insights? It works tenant agnostic. Like I have multiple tenants where I have the different applications, ERP applications, dynamic applications installed. I mean, I'll be able to see all the data from all the tenants.
Yes.
Can we incorporate some security measures like only data pertaining to this environment or this tenant can see?
No, it takes the data from the complete source. So let's say I have a two CRM system. So if I connect with one, from his first tenant and first CRM system, it takes only that data. In the CI, we cannot, we cannot apply any security here. Based on the connection, correct. Okay, so we go next. Okay, so let's have a recap. So we can have the data from the, we can have the data in the internal sources, or it can be from the external sources. When I say internal sources, it can be contacts will be from the CRM application, point of sales, or it can be your case management system, email, surveys will be in a different system. You can take from any of the internal system, or you can take it from the external systems as well, right? So the first step is it will ingest the data, then it will apply the map merge process, then it will enrich the data. Finally, it creates a customer profile. So that data can be used for your analytics and machine learning and artificial intelligence. Then those data I can take it to the Power Platform. Either it can be Power BI, Power Automate, or your Power Apps form, or it can be for the third-party application also using your APIs. Any questions? Sorry. Snowflake. Sorry, I'm not aware of that system.
Okay, so I mean, as you said, like we don't have to do any of those steps which we do usually, building a lake and then enriching and then putting more operations on that. So all that is happening in one package, right? So Snowflake is also doing the same thing. So I just thought of any comparison.
Maybe, but here we can leverage because it's a Microsoft product. We have a connectors. It can easily connect. I'm not sure about other product. How maybe we may need to write an for example, I want to connect with on-premise SQL. I'm not sure whether that product can support.
Okay.
Right. Okay. Today it is in a Azure Data Lake. Tomorrow it is going to be in a Synapse. So it will be still in the Microsoft ecosystem.
And can we build? I mean, can we pull data from even AWS as well?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thanks.
Okay, so what next? From September 2023 onwards, we have a two application, that is the
in Power BI we have types of licenses, right? Pro, Premium. So do we have such kind of licenses?
Good question.
Power Apps,
we have okay. So Customer Insights comes with the two license. One is your tenant based license, and then based on your customer profile. Right. So license are going to change because there is a change in the product. So, but there are two type of license. One whole, on the tenant level as well as based on your customer profiles, not on the data source. How many data source you are connecting? Not on that. Based on your final customer profiles. We have two license.
So the same kind of license which we use for Power BI, like Pro RPM. Can we use this kind of license to Power Apps and Power Automate? So no, okay. We need to have separate subscription for that.
It means the number of data.
Customer profile, yeah. No, not the number of data points, number of final output. Let's say Prabhu is in 10 system. So license is not based on the 10 systems I'm going to connect, based on how many customer profile going to be created. Prabhu, finally it will be one Prabhu. Like that, how many customer profiles are going to get created? Okay, so we had a two system. One is Customer Insights and marketing. This marketing are used for your outbound marketing and real-time marketing. Now from September 1st onwards, there is a slight change. Customer Insights will have only the data, and then marketing will have your journeys. Okay, so these two products are going to be combined. Okay, here I mentioned trainings and learning, and we have a certification as well as for the Customer Insights CDP. Sure. Paid one.
Got the licensing for one account, consider service account. So I use that account and I found.
So it is the first license will be on your tenant level.
Right.
That need to be procured first, and then based on your, let's say I procured the tenant license that comes 100 customer profile. Now I'm exceeding 100 customer profile. Again, we need to procure the license.
Okay, so consider I have purchased a license at the tenant level and I have performed all the data analytics activities. So now I have the data ready. and I'm going to use that data in Power App, Power Automate, or whatever it is. So when I use that in Power App or Power Automate, does the person who is using that Power App or Power Automate, does he has also requires to have proper licensing to access the data?
No, if you are procuring at the tenant level, no licensing required for your Power Automate, Power Apps, and Power BI.
Okay, makes sense. Thanks.
Okay. I thought of having a quick demo, so I'll not take much of your time. I'll just show how to create a trial instance. You can use this URL just same like your Dataverse. You can provide your email ID and create a trial instance. It comes with the data. So when you are creating your own customer insights, this part will be empty. Okay, the first step is oh sorry, what happened? Sorry, it's not shared. One minute. Yeah, please. Okay, wait. Yeah, you can create a trial instance here, not the pricing. So same like your Dataverse, you can create a trial instance. It comes with the data. When you have your customer instance, it will be empty because no map merge or we have not done the data ingestion. So the first step is your data source. Here you have to define what are your data sources by adding your data source here. So by default, these are the sample data from Dynamics, POS, website, all that. And then unification process starts here, where we define what are the source fields, what is your matching condition, and how to merge it. And finally, what are the unified profiles that need to be created. Again, the data enrichment by out of the box. These are your enrichments that can be used. You can also use your third party or your partner or a customer data as well. So for example, lead space or that can be used. And then you can define your activities. You have your customer profile. What are your activities performed by your performed by that customer? Okay. So finally, the data will be created as a table in the customer insights. You see. So these are your data sources. Yeah. So it stores data in the customer insights. So these are your different data sources, or these are your different data sets. Okay. Including your measures, unified profile, everything will get stored. Here you can define your exports. You want to export your table or your unified profile, that you can mention it here. It can be into the blob storage, or it can be through your to your that data lake, that you can define it here. And then you can create a segments, measures, and predictions here. So finally, I'll just show the final output. So once you perform all that, the data from the different sources will be displayed like this. The same thing can be embedded on your Power Apps. So just I'll show you how the different data will be shown. So here you see, this is your primary data. So here we have, so this will be your primary data. So based on that, here I have the data from the different systems. So this is where we have to define what attributes that need to be displayed on your profile. When we have map merge process, we have to define it. Okay. So same goes for your activities as well. For example, George performed one cases 51 email activities to online purchase, all the data can be displayed as an activities. So any action you are doing online, that can be captured as an activity. Movie ticket, or booking your train tickets or flight ticket, anything will be captured as an activity. Okay, and we can have an measures, and this will be your data enrichment. Any questions? Yes. Yes. Any questions? Okay. Thank you. Thanks everyone for your time.
Thanks, Prabhu. And thank you for the session, Prabhu. Thank you. We'll have a lunch break now. Current time is 1:20. We'll assemble in 40 minutes, around 2. We'll have follow session here again, like mixed reality and powering the Power Platform, which will be in a track 2, will be going here itself. Yeah. So see you after lunch, and lunch will be there in the cafeteria in the 3rd floor, same place. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks everyone. Yeah.
is not coming. Why is it not coming? Right. It was showing that. Actually, morning we tested it was coming. Okay, okay, I'll manage. No problem. Coming and out. Can you call me? Just call me my mobile. I missed it. All going right. And, I see it. Not coming, right? This is not coming. Hmm? Did you use both? And use one. Okay, okay, it's fine, no problem. We'll start. I'll manage. I told there, right? I told there, right? It's starting. Not an issue, not an issue. Maybe.
Welcome back. Let's start with the next session. Would like to welcome Mr. Sujit Kumar from CGI to take us for the mixed reality use cases. So over to you, Sujit.
So you guys are ready? Oh, I'm not ready. Okay. What's the topic? Just joking. See, this is, yeah, you're not ready? Oh, okay. Talking about the topic. Right. Seriously, I'm so excited to tell about this topic. You know? Are you able to see? Good. Okay. So, mixed agenda. Even you can see mixed items here. Here, there are some items here, some items sitting here. That's why I'm saying I'm still not ready. I need to connect that one also. Right. Okay. So why is so important or so excited for me this topic specifically? Maybe a lot of people will agree with me also. If anything save money, anything save time, I like to talk about it. Are you guys? Very good. Okay, you to figure it out what I'm talking to, whether it's money or anything, right? So, who all are working in Power Platform here? Oh, good. Okay, who all are already working in Power Platform mixed reality functionalities? Okay. Who all are actually planning to work in Power Platform in future? Okay, good. Who all are just thinking, okay, why am I here? Why am I here? Somebody put me here, maybe. Right, anyways, whoever is here, whatever range you are, whatever level you are, it is the right place for you. You can start something new. Or maybe I'll try to get something new for you guys to start, right?
Okay, so when we are talking about money and time, so we know that we have 24 hours, a lot of things to do. We need to sleep, right? We have family time, working time, party time. In Bangalore, you have traffic time, right? Specifically for me, shopping. Okay, when we are talking about shopping is a very important thing for us. Right? A lot of time we spend a lot of money for the shopping. But I want to tell one story. In fact, how a purchase helped me or helped me. I don't know that you guys figure it out. It's I took my apartment. It's very within 1 hour. You guys believe or not? I don't know. It's just within 1 hour I took the decision to purchase a apartment. By the way, how many of you guys are staying near to office? Even I like to. How many of you are still near to office, but you will be the last person to reach to the office? Okay. Yeah, we are together. Right. So it's even fun. I just want to get something near to my office. I was searching rental. Okay. By the one thing I want to tell about this thing, you guys are already so active. So I don't need to specially tell about this. I really wanted this session to be a little more interactive. I tried my bit of very nicely, whatever possible. I tried to give you guys some stories or related use cases, everything. But I want one thing. If you guys agree with me, please raise your hand. Yeah. Who all are willing to raise your hand? Who are not willing to raise your hands? Everybody willing to raise your hand. Thank you. So that is one thing I want. Then show your emotion. Okay, I like it. You don't like, show that in your face. So some of them already start showing. What is this guy doing? Okay. So show that emotions. Then I can actually be in control while I'm talking to you guys. Then smile, enjoy learning. It's going to be fun for you. Maybe the topic more than the presentation, you might like the topic well. Then you can ask questions preferably at the end of the session. Maybe I have a lot of things to tell and a lot of things to talk. I don't know whether we can cover up everything on the time. So preferably last end of the session. Otherwise, I'll be outside. We can discuss any questions. At last, don't try to find out the wall of Instagram now. Okay, what I'm trying to say, don't search your Instagram. I tried a lot of time. I tried to find out where is the edge of the Instagram website. Trying right now. So don't try it next 50 minutes. You will not going to get it. Okay, with that, let's start it. Let's come back to our story. So I was searching some home near to my place, near to my office. Rented home at that time is too costly rented over there. Yeah, costly for us. So somewhere it's again about 10 years back. So I saw some hoardings over there. There's some good opportunity to buy. Instead of renting, you have option to buy also. So little bit thought, okay, can I buy for and can I look for any options to buy or purchase an apartment? So I went somewhere. Whoever is staying near to Electronic City, I know area. That those places were a little cheaper area. So I went there. But whatever they're showing in the hoarding doesn't matter. Doesn't actually connect to real price. Okay, so I lost hope. I didn't get rented. I didn't get even home. So on the way coming back, I was coming in scooty. Bangalore, right? You guys know the rain can come in at any point of time. Same thing. It's around 6 or 7 p.m. Rain started. So I was finding out somewhere how do I make my time most useful at that period of time. So I saw one apartment marketing office. My just thought is just get into it, talk to them, understand their business, maybe save myself from the share. Right. That's why I get into it. So they treated me like a potential customer. I'm a really potential customer. They started talking to me, all those things. In fact, I ended up becoming a customer of it, not just a potential customer. See, I don't know what actually made me think about buy that thing. Is it because of salesperson? He gave a lot of thoughts to me, a lot of vivid pictures, how my apartment look like, how the price is the best thing for you, all those things. I am kind of an imaginary person, and when somebody is telling me this kind of story, it's come on my mind. Okay, this will look like. I end up thinking like that. This is the home which I want to go. This is the price which I will get better than any price. Yeah, great. And he actually, took my advance also. and I paid advance. After that only I'm calling my wife and say that hey, we got an apartment. Then, okay. But what happened on next day when I understand it, sometimes you see memes, right? Expected versus actual. Reality. Okay. That happened. that gave me a real heart attack. I didn't even tell some others, my friends who are the form. Next 6 months, I didn't say that I got apartment from this father, this vendor, or this guy, and all the things. But somehow there are a lot of stories about my apartment. I keep talking about it. Today is my apartment day. All right. Sorry, it's the same thing happened today. He gave me the idea, okay, that how this my form look like, you know. It's same thing if I would be in the same situation. Probably I might ask, or you guys also ask, can I see a 3D of this? Can I see a 3D model of this? So that I can more visualize what's happening and what it looks like really. Otherwise, if he says, okay, I don't have any 3D model and all, then I say, okay, you come here, open your laptop, I'll show you how to make a 3D model and show it here. But okay. We have always some gap in between while shifting to my demo versus what we are talking. I think you guys are okay, right? Right? Right, all right. Fine. So that's what happened. I asked if in case if he is saying that I don't have a 3D model, how to show that and all. Probably nowadays we could show that thing in an app easily, very quickly, right? So whoever is working in Power Platform, you guys already know that Power Platform, nothing. If I am telling you this much work you need to do, this many days you have to work to get an application out of Power Platform, you guys are going to say this guy doesn't know anything about Power Platform, right? Similarly, if I am telling you guys creating a 3D modeling or an app for you guys in Power Platform, it is taking longer days or longer time or longer effort, nothing like that. It is even you can go today before your dinner, you start looking at how to make a remark. After your dinner, before you go to sleep, you can finish that work. So that much easy it is. I will show some of them, how it will look like and how you can start also. So 3D modeling is what do you guys think? It's important to have in our day-to-day lives. See, our main topic is about is how do what are the use cases we can use for MR, right? So end of this session, more than you ask question, I'm going to ask you question, give me more use cases. So that's the main agenda of this session also. It's coming. So just get a flavor of it. I may show some of them. This is one small app which is bringing a list of products which I'm selling. Consider this all apartment. Okay, anyway, something whatever it is. You guys just imagine like that. Then now I want to see how it look like. Okay, generally an app will have some basic features and all those other things that we'll talk about it. But I just want to see how this look like to me when it is loaded. This is what I'm going to ask that person. Show me how this furniture looks like, or maybe how it will fit into my home. Just show me that thing. So, let me try this. I'm planning to place it here. Right. Okay. Suppose some of you guys wanted to buy some, and you have all the 3D models available if you are selling it, and if you wanted to place and show your customer how it look like, in your real life. If you want to augment that thing, so you can easily use this, making this kind of applications before Power Platform introducing this. It was really tough job. It's not so easy for us to make this, but now it's became like anybody, any of us can do the same similar thing. Within, maybe I can say this item you can do it in a day. This app. Okay. So if you don't like, I want to push it a little higher. Which right. Some practical difficulties is that showing it as a demo, but I hope you could understand. Similarly, it can go down. It have that you can see that impact of shadow, all those things over for this. So this is how the 3D application is coming in place for anybody who wanted to bring into this. And so if you wanted to, if you want to make some similar item for your app, or if you want to make, you have a platform license or trial license, whatever it is, you want to make it, just come to who are using Power Apps, they know that, yeah.
Is there a way to restrict resizing? Because
Yeah, it is. So generally, when it comes to an object, it has a lot of properties, just like our normal coding program only. So it's an object. You have positioning. You can define size also, and there are a lot. We will talk about it. And mainly because of that, then only you can easily identify, right, how much it is. I'm selling this chair, and if I don't know what is the real size, and I can adjust, it does not matter. So yeah, we have all those properties. That doesn't mean that I will not tell you guys Power Platform MR is the best thing for you guys. There are disadvantages. Features still has to come better into the system. Hope it will come. But with this current functionality what we have today, we can achieve too many use cases. That's what I'm trying to tell you guys. So if you wanted to make any simple, just want to make it similarly a small app like that. So what you can do is just put some name here. And there are 4 controls. So 4 plus 2, 6 controls available for you if you wanted to include MR feature in your Power Platform. Okay, so this is our basic page, right? So here one tab is available for us specifically for mixed reality. View in MR, view shape in MR. So each one of it can have its own use cases. So what we talk about we see it in view in MR. If you want to have that feature, very simple, just add that control into your page, wherever you want to place. You see all the property right there, whatever you asked. Okay, all these things are there. You can see basically 2 properties you have taken. What's the source of this MR? From where I get all these 3D models. So you can store all these 3D models either in your OneDrive, List, SharePoint. There are a lot of connectors available. In fact, there is a way to find out which all connector also supports. Okay. Since I said that, I will share that the link in the class. So these are all the support. So you can store this 3D models multiple places and grab from there and showcase. Right?
So is it like already created 3D models?
Yeah, it's already created. See, this is one of the many questions for even you may just assume that you are watching Amazon or you are looking at Flipkart and all those things. And how many times you return your product? How many of years? How many times return? 10 times. In a year, 10 times.
Definitely.
5 times. Yeah.
At least 5 to 10.
I was expecting this.
If we are buying like every month, of course.
See, one of my friends changed his apartment. Okay, again apartment story. He was telling me he's so close to the delivery guy. He even know that how much commission he's getting each delivery. What is happening on that cancellation? Each cancellation is, what I understand is each delivery is getting only 10 rupees. So he changed his apartment. Each and every item is buying and by looking at it. Most of the time he returns also. Or his record will be little higher than you within 1 month. Okay, you have written too many items. Basically because of this, he's thinking, okay, this matches to my home. And his size is correct. There are multiple reasons we will return, right? Either it may be size not fitting for the expectation of when it put in the color is majorly the matter. Damage, those kind of things. So we could not, whatever we see in the picture in Amazon, Flipkart, may not be exactly same. Video, so a lot of people now like to see video how this product looks, and we will look at reviews. And by the way, you guys don't feel like that how we need to do this many research to buy, and we are giving money to them, right? Somebody has to tell me, okay, who is the expert on it? You have to tell me how this product fit to me. As a customer, we have to think a little differently, right? This is too much. I'm spending this much time to find out what is the best product for me. Why, if they are selling, why can't they telling me how this is going to look like this, and this is perfect for you. This in this condition, this looks like this. So 3D gave this kind of feature for us too much. So it is here we are talking about augmented, right? I can place this 3D anywhere, right? Here, outside, or in different color, different lighting, anything. But you look at the way the current markets works is, if you keep, this is for a photo shoot. So if you want to one product in different photo shoot, different color combinations and all, really costly. But when it comes to 3D, only the first model making is little costly. Otherwise, once you have that model, you can changing the color, changing the location, change the fitment, combinations. These all are so easy compared to normal photo shoot items. So in fact, most of the companies are really looking at this. And there's a Harvard University study says that whatever we are returning, more than 30-40% is because of fitment is not correct. Either way, so if you're giving them that visualization, this is how it's going to look for you. This is how it's going to work for you. This is the combination. This is the color combination. Even you can save store location. You don't need a big store show all the combinations, especially furnitures and all. Definitely, right? IKEA, you guys knows. They have this website available. You can do through AR. You can identify, okay, what is fit for you. You can go for it, right? And most of the time, like I don't know whether you guys say this. For me, the buying shoes is really tough thing. Always, a lot of measurements like UK, US, NA, MM, PM, all those things. Right? Always I get confused. So I was sometimes thinking if we get some measurement tool or something easily, or if through the site itself, through the app itself, they can measure it so easy. Right? Does it? Am I not making any sense? Right. So that is the next feature which we are going to talk about. Through AR, we can even calculate the measure. We can do the measurement, and on top of that, if you apply your calculation and all, you can do that as well. So second feature, measuring. Okay, I hope this one will be the one. Okay, so let's assume that we have some app which is giving us different 3D options and all, like Amazon. Okay, then I wanted to. There are a lot of products, right? Here only less product, but assume that there are a lot of products. Out of this, I want to find out which is suited for my space and my fitment of my location. This much space I have. So I want to do a calculation or evaluation of which all our products are available for me to find out in that fixed filter related. So either I can put this manually. I know that this is my measurement. Otherwise, you can use another tool which is already part of this Okay, so what I'm trying to do, I just trying to find out the measurement of this space. Click on it. You guys are able to see me? Okay. So something to fit to this much space. Let me get in a cubicle or cube also. So I want something similar to this size in my cart. Okay. I'm just taking this back. Measurement already came here in mm. And I'm clicking save. I'm getting a filtered list of products. With this, you can actually measure your shoe size also and find out which all shoes is really suitable for you. On top of that, you can see it in 3D and different colors. I don't know whether you can show whether you are already wearing it. So that is also going to come in fact. See, we can keep 3D object on top of 2D pictures easily. Correct.
Catalog.
Yeah.
One question is that the product catalog should also have the dimensional features, right?
Yeah.
Does it always have? Is that a?
That is what our expectation, right? So if you are selling a furniture, if you look at the brochure, they will give full details, right? Customized is different, but otherwise they will say
Furniture, yes.
Yeah.
About other items.
Even if you're buying a mixie and all those things, we need to have that.
Okay.
Mixie or fridge. Fridge definitely.
Yeah,
We need
yeah.
to keep that one. Okay, don't limit to only for the retail objects. It can be anything else also. But the idea is how measurement and how 3D view can come together and define as a use case for us. So this may not be, you may not agree with this is actually useful. That's okay. But I want to put that thought process on you guys. Say that
Yes.
see, these are the features available. Think about the use cases which we can do and serve our customer better or serve ourselves, right? We are actually as a customer, we need to get this kind of features. So all this, I mean, what I can say is online, all whatever people who are doing, they could make their sites better. Why they are actually still sticking to too much depending and they are not. So how the entire customer relationship management will improve? You give better experience to the customer, automatically your business is also going to grow. Yeah, Lenskart they are using AR thing. See, I bought this using that AR feature only. Lenskart is there and it's good. Yeah. Yeah, that's correct.
Even the paint painting people
Yes.
has it here
Yes.
to give you that what kind of color, how it will
Exactly.
look on that wall.
Okay, he told one use case already to me. Okay, I have incentive for him. Okay, I have only 3. So keep thinking about use cases. Okay, anyway, he given a very nice use cases. Are you guys agree? Paint is paint in. If anybody of you guys working on that, so thank you, sir. Yeah. Amazon also. Yeah, they have to do because I'm showing here, right? No, not like that. Actually, what is next in customer relationship? See, there lot of problems are there. If you guys really think as this is your pain point, you can find out 100 problems in your current e-commerce sites. First of all, one thing I don't like, when they show something, they will not say that what is this for, and we have to figure it, research, reviews, wrong reviews, all those things. Yeah. See, why don't they give an option for call their call center also and say that this is this product, how it look like, and maybe 3D is one thing. They can simply tell one more feature to her. There are these all functionality frameworks are so cheap in the market. Only thing is they are not integrating it. Yeah, correct. So it doesn't mean see, features are there. This is for us to make our life easy. One side AI, we are talking about AI and all too much, but here there are other side, there are a lot of possibilities are available more than AI. So This all e-commerce site, all the things has to be improved. In AI also, see, just this one in Power Platform, you guys already knows that AI feature is already available now, right? Just like this MR, AI features are available. So you can bind it together. See, I'm taking a picture, a laptop, something like, okay, the laptop is there. I'm taking a picture. Then AI can find out which type of laptop is, and it can show me all this, including the length and all. It can even tell me this, okay, this is Dell laptop or Lenovo laptop. It can show all the combination of that, which is actually matching to the size also. So that much, well, by the way, when I'm saying this is not like a 2-month project. Okay, if you really sit for it 1 week, you can do this. Whatever use case, just I mean, it just came like that. Okay, when you asked me, but it can done, can be, without writing too much code. By the way, that is Power Platform model, right? Okay, Paint is very nice, you know. Then yeah, I am actually worried. Nobody asked me how much accuracy you will see in this measurement. You are going to ask that question.
No. Actually, I've experienced the measurement thing in iPhone. Okay, it already has this feature. Like whenever you have to order a mattress or a cot in Wakefit or something, if you don't know the measurement, you can actually use that, and the accuracy is actually good. It depends on whatever app that.
My question. Okay, I asked the question.
No, because I've practically experienced it, so I'm aware of it.
Okay.
It was having similar UI to what Apple major Apple.
Yeah, basically using AR toolkit only. Okay. Internally, how Microsoft is doing is, anybody heard about Babylon.js? Babylon.js. It's just like a React Native or Angular. It's one more framework. If you wanted to, okay, Power Platform has one negative thing. This cannot be given to directly to the end customer, right? They need to buy license to get it. So that basically everybody knows. So if you like this feature, I don't want to buy Power Platform. I am good developer. I know .NET or Java, whatever it is, our front-end technology as well. You want to do say similar thing in your website, use this option, Babylon. There are a lot of frameworks available, but if you want to match with the Microsoft one, you can try this Babylon framework, Babylon.js. So Microsoft, in Teams we see, okay, somebody's clapping, waving, and all those things, right? That is built using this framework only. So all are there, similar frame, Babylon.js. So if you use that framework, you want to see that site, you can show that. This is see how they are showing better than me. Nice demos. Okay, so you can use this. Yeah. Okay, now okay. This question I am supposed to ask you guys and give this. Okay, insurance, very simple. You can find out 1 or 2 simple, quickly with this. Yeah, there are. I wanted to get more use cases from you guys. We will keep this discussion end of this. Okay, let me tell all the features. Then you can think about how all this can be connected and give other features. So this is the framework which they are using for making this and their functionality. So it's nice, right? Okay. So anybody wanted to directly work on this, you can directly work on it instead of Power Platform. That's okay. Right. So now, again, let's go back to our apartment only. My apartment has another problem. I'm making you guys boring on telling all these kind of stories. All right. Okay. So we have a lift problem. How many of you guys are having lift problems? Lift, escalator. Oh, okay. A lot of people having that problem. See, in my case, all other lifts, escalator works very fine, but except my block. Okay. So I'm actually not part of association, but I'm very close to association team. So these guys sent all this mechanics. The lift mechanics is very difficult to get in. I was supposed to ask you a question. What is this? See, like it's very complicated system, by the way. Okay, not so easy to understand. So one guy will come and he will change this some rubber here, something here, and next he will go. Next day, somebody else will come, he will change something else opposite. Right? So much confusion. And usually how they'll take a picture. They'll take a picture and say that, okay, and send to that person as an WhatsApp. Good. Good color down. Okay. So he will send like that. See, even though they are, it's very, it's not OTs and all. It's a medium level company, but still they can actually manage with better arrangement for this kind of approaches. So I was just thinking, when I was learning this Power Platform MR features, one thing came out very nicely. Can you guys think about any use cases on here?
And then that tutorial can come in what to do and what not to do. On that app.
Yeah, so that is called guide. Okay, we are here. The Microsoft Guide is there. Okay, with the HoloLens.
Exactly.
Okay.
For that,
By the way, we had one stall there with one booth there with the HoloLens. Actually, I cannot show you guys over here how I am seeing it through HoloLens. That's why I kept it over there. I will show you guys how to configure that. The same use case what you told. Okay. So when you guys go back, maybe you can check it how the Microsoft Guide works with HoloLens. Okay. Right. So you can take home, but you need to pay some money. I already gave some small gift for you to take home. Now we'll try one more use cases.
Cases we can find it anyway.
Yeah.
Especially in sports and entertainment.
Hey, you guys have to compete with me. He's telling too many. I have only 3. Yeah.
Passes through him and he bends and how.
Entertainment games is super area. I mean, you can find out too many use cases over there. So ideally, we have to think. Okay, if I could make you guys think something like that, that is my achievement today, right? Okay, I already made that to do for one person to give the
For games, they are already making all the setup only now.
But we are going out of our topic. I asked one question. You are telling something games and all. What is my question? In a service area, how do we make this more?
Warehouses and shipping containers. Okay. Optimal uses of warehouses and shipping containers can be achieved through this.
Exactly. That we already mentioned. I want to keep furnitures and all. If you don't want to bring your warehouse, especially we can make all the combinations. That's the main thing. Customization. Both, yeah. E-commerce is also major part of it. Yeah. So then I will show you guys since you didn't tell. I will show one small app which I thought maybe I don't know why you guys would not or maybe may not thinking in my line. I tried to do. List problem. So they're thinking I'm talking a small problem, okay? Not so big issue. The list has a problem. Two or 3 members are coming. They want to share their information, what's happening on, in my list. Yeah. Yeah. That is what he mentioned as a Microsoft Guide HoloLens. But HoloLens is very costly. I have only small. Maybe I can have a mobile which is AirKit. With that, can you think something? Okay, so one small thing. I have a problem. I'm an engineer for my apartment. I came there, find out an issue. Okay. There is an issue, something like that. All those things did. And at last, I'm opening my camera. Okay, this is my problem. Okay, I'm saying this wire is not working. Some rat cut it. This area is the problem. Okay. Now I take a photo. Okay, one more places. Also, I see that there's some more places. Some issues are there. Changing the color. I put here one. Then I wanted to show this is the way you need to go home. So I'm just putting some location also. How many of you guys really got trouble to reach this room? Okay, so we thought of keep a air like this, show the location, open your video. So are you guys seeing that arrow? You can define arrows and all the things and say that markups, right? So I took one picture of it, then going back. Okay. So you can see it is attached. So this is my ticketing system. Okay, my app just to save my ticket, just my CRM, my call center app, okay, where I can fill all my tickets and everything. On part of it, it is actually I can take the picture and say this is the problem real time, and it goes go and save into my ticketing system. So how much time you guys think it to make this app? Few minutes. Who told few minutes? What is that few minutes? Is it 1 minute, 2 minutes? Yeah, actually it's few minutes only. Okay, that's a good question. But client may not like this 5 fields, 10 fields. But in fact, this can be made in 1 day also, even though client asks like this. Okay, you matched. So I will show you. You know, if you really want to make this, what you need to do? Just at least one. I think I need to show, right? So you guys know SharePoint, the list, and all those things, right? So there are a lot of templates available over there. Okay, it's not part of Power Platform. It's not part of MR and all. I'm just telling if you wanted to make this kind of application before you start making anything from the scratch, look at there what all templates available for you. There are a lot here. Okay, so it's showing too many templates here, right? What I did, I took one template out of this. You can take expense tracker also, gift ideas, a lot of things you can pick it. I took one that is basically issue tracker. So it is giving me, okay, these are the list of fields and everything you wanted to keep. You just keep it. Okay, I said, okay, I'm okay with this. Use this as a template. All the fields it's matching, somewhat matching to my need. Later I can change it. Use this template. It's asking me, okay, some icon. Okay, this is my icon. Colors and all the things. Okay, by the way, this is listed. This is nothing related to Power Platform, nothing related to MR. I'm just telling how much she told few minutes. I want to match that. So I had a list now, right? Now integrate Power Apps, create a Canvas app, name, few minute app. The app is going to get ready. So this is the exact same app which I did, just little modification to get that MR integrated. Right, you can see nothing, no difference over here. Similarly, same 2-3 screens, one list screen, one edit screen, one read-only screen. Go there and add that MR control. And MR control say that whatever photo I'm taking, this is my source of attachment. Just connect that one. Your app is ready. It is less than 1 hour. Few minutes you're matching. Okay, I did this demo only for you to match that. Oh, some network is not allowing me to do it into okay, so here is this the issue tracker. You got it. If you run in this, you can see similar same concept what's in there. You can add this fields and all. Only thing is it has just image. You need an attachment control. So take the attachment control and you can start connecting to MR. So that much easy it is. Right? Yeah, of course. Then it's see now it's our knowledge, right? So now we have listed. Power Apps is just using a front end. Everything is coming in database or list or whatever it is. From there it is full in our control, right? If you can create a Power Automate. Once list comes, you want to generate a report, okay. Otherwise, you want to take a report out of it using Power BI. And if you want to place that report in front, I mean in the Power Apps, integration also there you can do. Moreover, all this report, if you want, you are walking, you want to see this report, use by a HoloLens, you can integrate with HoloLens also Power Apps, right? You can. So this is too much connected. All these things, just we need to visualize. See, basically, it's not about our knowledge or about our learning. It's nowadays we need to think what's the use case. understand these are the list of features available. What are the use cases aligned to this? Then we can make everything. It's not like earlier we need to learn too many things and then requirement will come and all. Now requirement will not come. We need to think, okay, this is how it's then consider as an option. Right. So what all app I showed you guys now? Ticketing, any. I think I'm meeting the time. So let's go to next session. If any. Yeah, laptop. Okay. So let's go a little further out of Power Platform MR feature. So now you have all these things is like $5 items, $5 or $20 items, whatever we discussed now. If you have $5, you can buy one user license, right? Power App license, or $20 you can buy Power App license. Now we are going to talking about little costly affair where we go do for the enterprise team, especially for HoloLens and all, right? Costly thing, but yeah, still we need to understand how is this going to work, right? So anybody heard about Microsoft Guide? No. Field service. Is it because you guys not willing to raise the hand, or you really don't know? lunch effect, right? Okay, so field service is the one feature. It's not actually Power Apps or connected, but why I am bringing that feature over here to make you guys understand. Yeah. Next use case, and he mentioned already this is one of the use cases. So field service, in enterprise level, we were talking about this either handling a tab or mobile to go to your field and find out an issue. And if you have a problem, okay, I'm an engineer. I'm going there looking for an issue. It's very complex system. Okay, I'm not so much familiar about that issue. So I want to call my manager or call my supervisor or who is actually expert on it. I want to call 3-4 members. Okay, so automatically you can use the Teams. Any of you guys seen this in the Microsoft website and all? You can use the Teams and call them, and all people will come there, and you can discuss with them. You can decide, okay, what's the problem. They will direct you what you need to do also. But in that time, I cannot carry my mobile everywhere, right? So it is better use some devices. So their HoloLens is coming in a picture. Since it's a little costly, Microsoft is designed specifically for enterprise users, enterprise application group. So where you can wear that HoloLens, then you can walk around. So your hands are free. You can talk to members and you can do the work similar time, and you can see just like Google Lens and all. You can see what's happening and you can do the things. Similarly, in that, it's connected, right? So this is one of the app Microsoft as part of this Microsoft given, just like Power Apps. Power Apps is base, right? On top of that, only they created dynamic CRM apps or customer insight. What you see in earlier session, customer insight, all lot of apps they created. One of the apps field service, and one more is with Microsoft Guide. So its guide means if it will guide you what all steps you need to do one by one in 3D modeling. So you can see that, okay, there's a machinery over here. This is what you need to do step by step. Actually, I don't know how much I need to be that salesperson's the first salesperson who sell the apartment to me, right? Similar skill required. Otherwise, it is really nice if you guys really seen it through HoloLens. It will be like, if it's some machinery over here, that full machinery can be 3D model here, and it will have arrows and all the things. It will actually direct you what you need to do over there, step by step. You can design your entire work procedure using this Microsoft Guide. So what I shown here is I'm not going inside too much on the Microsoft Guide. My point is how Power Apps or Power Platform is connecting to here. So here, this is the app which you can download for the Microsoft Dynamics Guide. So there you will be able to create guides. So in each guide, So this is, you can define multiple steps. If somebody is looking at and I want to see a guide how I can repair and tell me some complicated application which you complicated water pump. Very small, right? Bigger one. Yes, okay. So let's assume that's a very big. I could not find out how much complexity is there. I need to learn at least 10 years to understand everything of it. Just like earlier days, somebody learning something. Yeah. Anyways, so I think everybody understands there's a complex thing is there. So I have 10 steps to do, and each steps I have 3D modeling everything. So what you can do, you can define steps here, and you can add 3D models into that step. When you run this guide, this 3D model will come over there. In this 3D model, just not 3D model alone, it can have animations also. So it can tell you, okay, take this wire from here and push and connect to here. Okay. Pipe. Take water from here and push it through here. So it has all the combinations. So it can actually, give that visualization what you need to do. You don't need to, be skilled for everything. You can actually teach everybody how to do, even without really going to this place, especially remote areas where it's very tough to go. And so you can think about that. A lot of such use cases. We will discuss all those things as a use case. I'm expecting this from you guys. So then here you can define all the 3D models. It will come in front of you and you can have the animation and define all the steps. So that all are basically Microsoft Guide. So we will have separate session for it. But what we have here is we have an option here. We can connect to Power Apps. You just assume that HoloLens is so cheap and we are giving from CJ, just like yes, we are giving it free to everybody who is coming to event. You get into there, you got in HoloLens, you are walking around, you are seeing the path where you are going, and you are seeing who is actually taking session over here. And how is this session, whether it's really worth to sit over here. I don't know whether it's really worth. Okay, you want to see a report. He has done this many sessions. This is how it was. What are the old sessions? We want a Power BI report. One place. These all actually possible with all of them. You can do steps like this. You can define a steps like this. So you can define a Power Apps also. So what I want to tell is Microsoft Guide has a feature. If you create a Power Apps, you can actually attach that Power Apps to your guide. So if you are working for an enterprise client and you are thinking an option to make his life easy or life easy here work easy, you have option to connect Power Apps also using this kind of link. Okay, with that said, probably
or we are gonna
no, we will create separate Power Apps. If you want to integrate that Power Apps to HoloLens,
okay,
this is the only way at present.
Okay.
You cannot see Power Apps or MR or whatever it is through
right.
HoloLens. That is not possible. Maybe in future, but at this point of time, it is not possible. So if you wanted to have an integration like that,
Okay.
you have to use.
I have a quick question on MR as well, where you said the 3D model. Is 360 rotation possible over there?
So I didn't show that.
No, you didn't.
After
You just
telling all the story, if you're
like
saying
top, bottom, you have kept
entire
everything,
thing
but
is
you,
possible.
you
Okay,
didn't turn it.
Sure.
That's
Definitely. I think that is my mistake. I have to show clearly. Probably this wire is not allowing me to do everything. Of course, whatever way you want, you can. Ah, yes. Probably there are some more demos. Because of so we are coming to that session now. Okay. Seeing it, right? Same thing. If I took it here and put it here, then you can see here also. Somebody jumping. Yeah. Okay. Once it's coming air, definitely it's up and down. Okay, so rotate it. You can rotate it here like that. Okay. One more important thing. See, one more use case also. Probably you ask correct question at correct time. So I'm seeing it myself, right? I kept one 3D object here. You guys are not seeing it, by the way. Right? It's something only for me. I know that okay, there is some use cases here. Since I'm projecting, you are seeing it. Otherwise, you are not able to see it. So how do we work together? You guys are sitting here. We want everybody is having. We are going to talk about how dinosaurs, how dinosaurs look earlier, how is their maybe something related to that. My kid like it. If he would be here, he'll tell a lot of user stories related to that. So how do we actually make everybody see same thing in same place?
Join the lenses. And we can place this object in the same way here, and like how we all meet in teams, all the lens where you're wearing on the top floor.
I have only mobiles now.
Okay, from the mobile you want to see.
Yeah.
Then we have to connect the application.
Actually, we can use. See, there is some feature in Microsoft Azure, facial recognition. Like you can define there's a service. You can define where is your coordinates. Your coordinate. It's available in Power Apps, especially Maps feature, but not in MR. If you want to do same thing, you need to define something like this, okay? Or you can say that this is the location which I'm going to place. Otherwise, they are giving this, especially whoever works in AR and all, they will come to know this. You can actually create a pattern and say that in this pattern I want to place. So when your pattern moves, whoever seeing from anywhere, they will actually object will sitting on this pattern. Okay, show me that demo also. Okay. So this will be our last demo. Then we can finish. It was very very far. Okay. So I defined here. It's not a 3D object, just a thing. But if I move somewhere here, I can't see it. Right? Somebody else is looking at coming back here. They can see it. Actually, it is connected to this pattern. So similarly, if you have same app and you are in your mobile, and almost all mobile nowadays supports it, and you look through the Power App, so you can see similar object in same place. So we are actually working together. If you want to collaborate, work and together like this is the way. By the way, with that said, I wanted to you guys take something back to your home, especially quickly. Anybody can tell some of the use cases. Otherwise, we are out of use. Healthcare. No, use case should be like, we should able to make it in 1 month, within 1 month. It should not be too much high level. And I will ask vote. Who is giving better vote? I'll give. Okay. Can you explain your use case?
Train trainee doctors to how to do surgeries, right?
How many of supporting this? How many of you guys supporting it?
So you cannot do real time practical there with a real patient, right? So you can.
Risky thing. You're actually trusting too much on Microsoft.
No, I mean train. I mentioned train.
Right, definitely. Okay, but I'll look take your item in what? How many of supporting? You guys are supporting or you want to tell some story? Nobody. Okay.
In education also you can like this.
Tell. We have 5 minutes. We close soon.
You are 500 employee, right? In this building, you have 500 employee, right?
Yeah.
You can bring those into your Power Apps. Assign the task or your seat to your employee. Help them to find a seat. Because
how many odds? How many odds?
It's good for your own.
How many odds? I will take it. All your sorry, I will take it definitely. How many odds? You support anybody? Oh my God! You need to market next day. Wait, coming.
It's not the new thing, but it has already happened during COVID times when convocations were for the colleges used to be online. All the IITs and IIMs had been taken that virtual reality platform, And so this could be an use case because when people are not able to attend any function, at that point of time, we can use this platforms for that virtual reality so that the people are still there present in the screen.
When you are supporting. Okay, we have around 6-7 notes are there.
Okay, but I have a doubt also that what is actually the principle behind that thing which happened, or the principle behind that COVID, that virtual reality for the convocations, how it happened? Was it the same thing, the power apps, or it was something different?
We can discuss about it offline. Is it okay? Okay, definitely. It's a good question. I'll talk to you about it. Okay, take who else? That was put in many times as one of them. Yes. But it is major part. Some modeling and something particular that could have been. And a lot of because don't limit to Kayarpuram. There are a lot of places in Bangalore like that. Yeah. Support. Okay. You got one option. I'll come back. Yes.
So it is related to Power Apps MR only. What I think is visitor management, where we can capture the image of the visitor who is visiting to a particular area. We can assign his name and who is visiting, and we can easily get the security by capturing image of that person. The use case for any.
How many?
It's already in place.
Okay, I think I got already 2 people. Okay, now anybody can more.
Just one more.
Overtake this. I have yeah. I think I already got 2 people. If anybody can overtake, I can. I can give it to
Okay. This is for like Microsoft Guide, what you told, no? So like any installation process and anything, instead of making the 3D images and doing, we can make it as a complete video, like an installation guide, what happens later. So that will be a like day-to-day usage for many people. Yeah, this is one use case scenario that I thought of.
There's just one problem statement. Again, I don't know if this will solve the problem. Usually when we have very small kids playing in the communities, they all usually concentrate in the same place. And if I want to just observe the current status of my kid, probably we can pinpoint the latest example that you have given, and then me or my wife.
A very good example. Actually, my son or every time he will leave and say that I'm going to Japan. He just leave like that. Okay. Similarly, good one. Okay.
One I have visiting tourist attraction. Being here, I can visit to Jog Falls as well as Niagara Falls. So that can be one.
Okay. I think how many are supporting these people? So far, I think you did one nice. A lot of people supported. RTO. Yes. Okay. So when we are watching some Netflix series and all those things, usually what happens is maybe sometimes we will watch the same thing again and again. At least I hope this AR features, whatever we discuss, even though you're seeing somewhere in YouTube or somewhere, okay, you might not feel like that is something new. I believe you guys remember my discussion with you guys with last 50 minutes. So thank you so much. You guys are awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Sojit, for such a wonderful presentation and demo. I hope all audience enjoyed it. And in fact, the participation was really great. And now I would like to welcome Mr. Arvind, our enterprise architect. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, let's start. We're already late, but I hope you will get something out of this session as well. I'm Arvind, Arvind Srinivas Rao. I'm the enterprise architect with EIM in CGI. I'm a power partner with many of our clients who are embarking on the Power Platform journey, and that's my professional part of it. When it comes to personal, I'm a happy-go-lucky type of person, and then I have the authentication for that. I have my colleagues who can check with them. I'm authorized to say happily married. Okay, and that's not an oxymoron. Okay, it's still a fact. And also, I'm kind of still compliant to say that I can use happy twice within a minute, even after being married. Okay, that's the point. And when I'm not happy, I love to read and then I travel. Okay, so apart from the personal part now, I'm provide high-end consultancy with my clients. I have been working in multiple domains that you see on the left-hand side there: energy, banking, and pharma. Currently, I'm in energy domain, and then yeah, again, I have all the audit trails for leading the innovation initiatives. You can see that on the left side there. I'm working on an IP in my area with my team, and then I have presented a white paper in DCAL, that is on using AI/ML for records management. So that's the audit. I mean, you might be wondering why these terms are coming, because you will understand why I'm specific on that. As a transformation leader, as I said, I work with my clients on establishing the transformation roadmap and then executing it and reaching it. Just in case you have missed the topic, make sure you are in the right session, because this is the topic: powering the Power Platform governance. Now, why you might know that governance is important, not only for Power Platform, for any platform for that matter when we start working on it. But then, what is powering the Power Platform governance? Or for me, even more pertinent question is, what's the big deal? Why should we have the governance in the first place and then powering it? Yeah, especially when we have the Microsoft provided COE starter kit, right? Any idea why we need? Yeah. 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 Exactly. Yeah. Perfect. That's a very good example. In fact, I don't know how many of you were there in one of the morning sessions. The presenter was presenting a very similar case, that Copilot allows you to generate, create application, but then it will not, right now, it is not allowing you to go back and edit using the Copilot itself. So when you start creating such applications, I mean, you see that, okay, there is a change in it, you go and start using Copilot, and then it creates one more application. So how many of you are in similar situation? One already we know, and may not be Copilot, but then again, you keep creating multiple versions, multiple variations of the application. So how many of you are in that situation already? Yeah. Okay. Exactly. That's right. Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Have to delete at certain point of time.
Yeah.
If it is not used, go ahead.
Yes, yes.
Maybe starter kit. Yeah.
Exactly. So starter kit gives you all these capabilities, but to a certain level. Now that's where we are going to explore where we need to go beyond the starter kit, because after all, starter kit, as the name says, is the starter kit. It is when you are starting your journey on Power Platform. So why we need that governance? That's let me give you some background on that. The typical Power Platform, how it actually comes into an organization. The typical journey. Usually, any good-sized organization will have a IT core IT team, and they will have the so-called architects like me, and they will be keep searching for what is coming new, what we can take, what we can adopt in our organization, and they find that okay, there is new toy Power Platform, let's start using it, because it also proclaims it is low code, no code. I don't have to write a code at all. Just select what I want, and it gives me the output, gives me an app, gives me a flow. So I start looking into that. Feature are very impressive. I look into that, and then I don't stop at that. My team starts working on it, as our friend here was telling. When it is shown to some people, they will start kind of creating like kids. They start creating a lot of applications. They start testing the bots. The chatbot is also, again, chatbot can be created in a single click in Power Platform. So all these things will start. They start creating, and then within no time you have lot of user and lot of apps, right? So what happens there? The result is like you will have hundreds of apps, hundreds of flows, which kind of cannot be used for a practical purpose, but then it's still they will be there, and then you don't know what to do, how to control that. How do you, because we have just started. When you start looking on the internet, you see that you have lot of options, lot of people suggesting this is the best way, this is the standard, this is the kind of the way to go forward. But then, since we have not started with it, we will end up being more confused and start getting into a situation where we start panicking. Are you with me so far? You feel the things here? By the way, how many of you are the administrative, in the administrative line? Great, that's good. So I feel your pain. Let's have a drink after this session, because I know how difficult it is to manage, maintain, and in fact, even to bring in that kind of sense and mentality, that mindset into being the controlling that, and then how do I get that going? So when it, yeah.
What is this state called in the architecture world where you have a lot of chaos, lot of, is it the hairball architecture that we call?
Yeah.
Am I using the right acronym?
Yeah, I mean, for in this particular situation, it is not an architecture state at all. It is just a situation. It is basically from getting from mismanagement into a chaos situation.
Okay.
Right? Because this is not an architectural a state. When you refer to the component where you start creating and then managing them, that is what what you said is right.
Okay.
I'm talking about here the platform level situation where you have a lot of applications, you can't manage them.
Sure. Thanks.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So it is at the personal, meaning persona level, and then the platform level situation. So this, as you can see now, we will discuss some of them. The other parts are like, there can be license and mismanagement. In fact, in some cases, license abuse also. You purchase the license for something, you start doing it with something else with it. And then the capacity problems, I mean, some that was pointed out. So these situations, if are not managed, may end up as risks, and risks at a very, very hefty cost for the organization. Importantly, when it comes to the data related ones, you might lose your important data. The data breach might happen, and that might end up the company in a reputation damage, or they may have to pay hefty fine because they have not maintained the data properly, or they end up paying both. So that's the when it comes to be the risk, these are the situations that might get into. As I was telling, from it might start as a mismanagement because it's starting small, but then it gets into a chaos. It might affect your business continuity because the platform may not work. It might be affecting other parts of the system, and then the investment related, the cost related damages as well. So now I know, okay, I understand all these things are there. Now, what do I do about it? How can I mitigate these risks? Yeah, surprisingly, it is the governance. I think none of you knew about it, right? Yeah, I'm the first one to tell you that this is governance is the answer for the situations that I was telling you in the previous slide. Okay, jokes apart, but then the point is you need to have a robust and fit for your organization governance, so that you will be in control. That's the crux of it. The governance can come in three areas. From the IT governance, where you manage the processes, the standards, the rules, the controls. And from the data governance perspective, data governance again has two flavors to it. One from the security and other from the compliance. Security, yeah, you need to ensure that you have the right access, right level of access, right to the right area, right data, and all that. Compliance from the, we just spoke about that, the GDPR, the privacy, intellectual, personal data, and then the other financial data kind of thing. So you need to ensure that compliance is also met. And the platform governance. So you need to ensure that the changes to the platform also are not going to affect your day-to-day working. The business applications that are running on the platform are not getting affected because of the changes. So since morning, how many of you have heard the Copilot? Yeah, all of you. Now that is the change that is coming onto the platform now. Now, how many of you actually tried Copilot so far? Great. So how is your experience? Good. Okay. Yeah. Great. Yep. Fine. So that's good, as long as you are trying out the thing. I have an application now. I have the data for it. Now I want to use Copilot to make the data better or the application better. If I go and start using the Copilot for that purpose, what will be the result? Yeah. Okay. So some of us have tried to do that in the sense, I mean, not the existing application, but since since morning we have heard it is not stable yet. So what result I get today, I'm not getting the same result tomorrow. And today I create a table. Tomorrow I want to go and change the table. Current situation is that it is deleting the table and creating a new table with the columns that I'm asking. So if I am not careful, I would have lost all my data. So these are the type of things that will be coming up. But how do we ensure we have the total control and ensure that we will not be inadvertently introducing the features without proper testing and then the related processes around that. So that is the platform governance. Any questions so far? No? Great. Okay. So actually, I was supposed to ask like what was the, which one do you think is the type of governance that we should be going with? But then it is not about choosing one of them. You should have all of them. So this is the kind of almost 3.5 to 4 years of distilled knowledge, I can say, or experience, that what we are doing now with our different clients, not only from India, from all other places as well. So we have gathered all that and we have seen how they actually approach the certain things, what worked for them, what didn't work for them. And based on that, this is our recommendation on how we go about setting up the governance. So in fact, we have different teams who are taking up this type of consultancy and even actually, providing the actual execution support. So first point is about, obviously, again, these steps are not new, nothing that CGI invented it, but then what we do in those 3 steps, because this is the usual process we do. Discover and define. So first we need to understand what we need to do, what will be the scope, what is our readiness with respect to my risk appetite, and then the criticality of it. Those are all the things, and then we get into the target operating model. Why is this important? This is important because we have to set up a particular process in order to establish the governance. So again, a question to the the admins here: how easy it is to bring a new control into the system for you, for a particular platform? It can be anything. Is it yeah?
Already started working on it.
Yeah, exactly.
And it is very difficult to move out or remove an application or even reduce the number. For example, user might have already created an environment. In the starter kit, it will be like everyone creating so many environments and getting happy. And end of the day, organization will come back and ask how so many licenses has been consumed already.
Yeah. That is, I mean, that's one part of it. The other thing is, if that is the situation, we have allowed users to create the environment themselves. Now we want to bring in a process or a control saying that you cannot create environment. You have to go through this process. You have to get the approval from this person, and then only you can create. How easy it is to bring that process? Good. Yeah, of course. I mean, yeah.
Why we are initiating that as a
Correct. Yeah.
first reaction is no.
Yeah, exactly. Any reaction to change is obviously, that's there will be a dissent. But then, yeah, so that is the reason if we set up the operating model in such a way that it can accommodate these changes, that is where we need to have the proper strategies within the operating model. For the environment strategy, we know there will be environments. We may not have the exact kind of controls there today, but then if we set up a process or set up the way of working itself in such a way that it can accommodate the future changes. Of course, I mean, we can't predict all the type of changes that will be coming in, but at least if it can accommodate the different changes to the ways of working or changes to the steps in the process, that will be the ideal one. Of course, it is easier said than done, but then we need to be striving at reaching that point. That is the reason target operating model is going to be the driving force, is the kind of way forward for any organization. And then obviously the actual execution part, you deploy it, you configure it, and then evolve it. As you said, it is a continuous process. You need to make sure that you keep monitoring it, understand what is working, what is not working, what are the pain points, and you should be able to do it. It is not only about improving the process, but it should be able to scale also. Now today I have 100 users, tomorrow I have 1,000 users. How do I manage that? So that's the aspect of it. Now, in order to understand all this, we need the activities that are written here. So design thinking workshop, that is, I don't know how many of you have heard about design thinking, and any of you have attended design thinking workshop? Perfect, good. That will actually enable you to think from different users perspective, and then come out with the areas where you need to concentrate from the different angles. That's going to be very important one. So that will set the tone for the rest of the things. So you will have the proper design and then the processes to keep moving and doing the things. Are you with me so far? Are we clear? So now we have the process set, we have the operating model set. We will have to streamline the operations through IT governance. Again, I'll not go through too deep in there, but then what I want to touch base here is that we need to ensure the activities are on one part, but the observability, that is the visibility into my platform, into my areas, into my processes, into my activities are all very important. So how do I get that? So this is where we need to ensure we have the right level of data capture. This is where we are going steps ahead or beyond of the starter kit. So we need to ensure we can first capture the required metadata or the details of the processes that are happening. On top of it, we can actually bring in the analytics on the data capture so that it can guide me when the applications are going beyond control, the applications that are not used for a long time, or applications who do not have owners at all. So those kind of things are licenses which are kind of not used or misused, in the sense this is not the right license for this type of work. You might be using higher version of license for for the work that you are doing. So those are all the kind of dashboards, the analytics, the insights that we need to have on our platform. And then in the similar way, we have to have the platform related changes. What was the second topic or the second governance area when we saw the in the previous slide? Data, exactly. Good. So you are still alert. Great. Why did I bring in platform here? Because as I said, data has two parts to it. So platform has only one, that is the change aspects of the platform. So we need to here, this is a bit tricky part. I was telling we need to control the change. Copilot is coming, but I will not allow Copilot to be available in my tenant for my users. Will that work? Will my users be kind of cooperative with me, or for how long they will kind of they know Copilot is available, they would have attended something like this somewhere else. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Great. So yeah, this is the strategy that I was referring to earlier. How do we manage these situations? But then the other part, the center vertical, the pillar that you see, that is the maturity aspect of it. So how do I, first of all, make my users mature enough to understand what is allowed, what is not allowed, why something is not allowed, when they can expect it, what is the process, how should they adopt those changes, and what is their responsibility in doing so. So this is a very, very important aspect when it comes to platforms like Power Platform, where the intention is to actually reach out to the business users rather than the IT users. I have actually seen, for a fact, I know that even though Microsoft released Power Platform as a citizen developer platform, majority of the organizations still do not open up this platform for their end users. It is still meant for their IT folks only. So why? Because either they have the challenge with setting up the process itself, or bringing the kind of maturity they need to go ahead. Perfect. Yes.
The end user has, they tend to see these online videos and try to mess up things and come to us so that we cannot even recorrect it, or
exactly. That's what these are the situations. How do we manage that? We can't restrict them from watching the YouTube videos, right? But how can we, or what we can do? Yeah.
Starting citizen development in Mercedes-Benz.
Uh-huh.
So one way to control is we put a cost to it. You want to,
great.
We're charging people if you want to use it for certain premium features. Then what we're doing is we're making it very clear. You build it, you run it. You don't come to us. That's the terms and conditions.
Exactly.
And
so,
that saves us from government.
True. Again, that is also the other part of citizen development. Reducing the cost, right? Reducing the support cost, and reducing the effort or kind of wait time from the IT. I as a business user, I want just a small application. Fill the form, and I daily fill the form, put that put up a dashboard, and then that's the work I do. Now I'm waiting for the IT to build that application for me since like the last 6 months. So this type of use cases are actually kind of the intention of low code, no code. But I mean, that doesn't mean that it is only meant for this type of small applications. You can build a heavyweight enterprise level application also. But the point is, they are hesitant to give it to the citizen developers. That is the bottom line. How do I do that? As she was telling, lack of knowledge from the end user, the business users. So we need to bring in that concept also, that kind of awareness also, and then that kind of process also as part of our governance model itself, so that adoption from the end user is also an equally important aspect throughout the journey.
Balance between the adoption and the governance.
Yeah, exactly. That's true. Yeah. So we, yeah. Correct. Yeah. True. Yeah. Yeah. Correct. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly right. In fact, I don't know whether it is said jokingly or it is a reality. Control is the kind of inhibitor of innovation. So when you put lot of control, you will not be able to have the innovation. So, but at the same time, you just can't allow to do everything, everybody doing that. Exactly. Yes, exactly. So that is exactly the point here. So that's the reason the adoption is also an important, or even in fact the important aspect of this whole journey. That is one of the aspects that, again, this is what we have found, and now we are ensuring that wherever we set up Power Platform and its governance aspects, we ensure this is going to be one of the cornerstones there. This is going to be the differentiator between success and failure of the system. So data, I think we discussed about this. The security aspect, obviously, this is important. Every organization will have their own policies, their own controls around data. How do I manage it? What should be available to what type of users? Who can access what level of data? When they can access that? All this. The point again here is your governance model should be able to adapt or kind of evolve as per the changes in the either in the company policies, objectives, or from the market trends. So what I mean by that is GDPR was not a thing, for example, a couple of years back. Now it has been made mandate. Now if my model is not kind of accommodative, then I can't put that in. I can't bring that kind of a compliance there. I mean that comes in the next slide, but that's the point. So you should have that kind of a model which can evolve along with your organization's priorities, objectives, and the market trends. That's the point over here. So I will not take too much time here. It's and this is what we discussed already, that non-compliance can be very costly. Now, is there a way that I identify the non-compliance and bring it to the stakeholders? And in majority of the cases we were able to bring those non-compliance situations to the right stakeholders, and then ensure that they get the recommendations also. What should they do? How to kind of mitigate those situation, non-compliances? What is the best approach? What should I do? For example, if there is a non-compliance with respect to data access, when I see that, sorry, okay, when I see that it is being used in the non-consistent format, my dashboard will show that this is the application, this is the type of data that is being used, which is not in line with the policy, and this is what you should do. Now, either based on it, either I can bring in a soft control or the proactive control, or a hard control or reactive control, where it either the application can be quarantined for a certain period, or disabled, or can be deleted permanently as well. So these are all the kind of measure that we can bring in through the data that we capture, we analyze, and then bring forth the options also what can be done for that. Based on, again, the experiences and the thing, what we have seen, these are the areas for the powering the governance part. Why we have chosen this? Because these are going to have the maximum impact. When we set this right, at the right level, at the right depth, this can have the right impact. And the advantages are the best part with this is you can set the level to yourself. Now my company is like only 1,000 users company, 1,000 members company. I don't want to go on with, for example, license management from the first month itself, because first of all, I will not have that many licenses. I need to bring in that kind of a license management aspect after 6 months. So the areas, the actual activities you can define, but then these are the areas that need to be considered and ensure that your governance, either in whatever way you are putting that up, model or a tool, or in whatever way process, they will also manage these aspects. So these are some of the advantages of having a proper governance structure within the organization. Scalability is it will allow you to scale along with the changes, along with not only from the platform related, but from the organizational level of growth as well. Alignment is again with respect to the objectives, and then how do I manage my applications, what type of applications. Right now I am targeting only small scale applications. Tomorrow I may go to business critical applications. How do I scale it up and align the policies to that? Sustainability is important, because I put the governance aspects today, but then if I cannot run it for next couple of years, then all my investment, today's investment, and then whatever effort I have put in will all go for a waste. So sustainability is another aspect, and then as I was telling, the maturity, this is again going to be the cornerstone. What do I get out of when I get all these things is that your business has the assured business continuity, and then you are maximizing the returns also. Are you all with me? Anything? Any questions over here? Any thoughts? Good. Either it's all clear or nothing is clear. I mean, I am fine. Okay. And this is a bit of a marketing from my side. what we have done is with all this accumulated knowledge, experience, and then working with the with different clients here. We are at the one which I was telling, the IP part. So I'm working on this. We are setting up CGI GovernWise 360, which will cover all the areas, all the aspects that I was telling. Power Platform has these areas under different dimensions: IT governance, platform governance, and data governance. But we are not stopping here. Actually, the intention is to cover the entire M365 suite of applications. So we are starting with this, and then yeah, it will be it is almost available now. We will be ensuring that our clients will reap the benefits of what we have gathered, what we have done so far. Yes.
Platform. To start with targeting. Already implemented Power Platform. Or they've grown and like anything they want to organize it.
Yes. Yes.
In your experience, what is the way to be?
You want the honest answer? The second option. That is the reason I started with that scenario itself. Yeah. Now this will be with the client, the entire suite of application, whatever they choose. For example, they can choose the governance only for Power Platform, or only for SharePoint, or for platform Power Platform and SharePoint Online. That will be available to them, their admins. The self-service portal will be for their admins. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it has a lot of things. We have AIML part included in that Azure Functions, because with the starter kit or even with Power Automate, we have the limitations when it comes to fetching data and other things. So we are using different mechanisms there. Any other question? Depends on how badly you have messed up, but but other than that, it depends on the size, right? I mean, what is the situation and other things. See, on an average, we have different things, because the discovery phase will determine how much time you will need to kind of get back on track. How and what should be the roadmap as well. It's not that I know I come and give you, okay, this is entire thing, take this and it will be, that cannot work. So the discovery phase is going to be the key for finding out what you need and how much you need and how we should go about it, because readiness is also one of the factors that we need to find out. That will be found. Absolutely. Otherwise, it doesn't work. No. No. No, and there is no end state actually. As I was telling, it's an evolving process. Yeah, again, maturity, how do you define what maturity you want? So the maturity will be different levels. So all I can say is it's like, I mean, again, it depends on how you want to define maturity for your organization. But usually it will be around 2 and 3, I see. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. 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 Yeah, yeah. Yeah, good thought again, as he was telling, good use case, but right now we are in M365. I mean, our area actually looks into M365, so we are more kind of confident about M365 than the other parts of the Microsoft shop. So right now I don't have, but if needed, I can come to you and we will discuss. Yeah. 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 Correct.
What the product and what Microsoft already started bringing those as an offering.
Yes. Yeah. Mm.
How good products would I want to put up? Considering most of them might be a byproduct of Microsoft.
Yeah. So, yeah. Exactly. Yeah, that's a good question and good point as well, because we are not competing with any of the Microsoft products with this product. For example, Purview has a good capability with respect to compliance for SharePoint, especially. Now we are not saying that GovernWise is is going to replace Purview. It's not a competition; it is a collaboration. So now, if Purview brings in more features, we will take those features out of this one, but we will kind of bring out what a Purview is not having. So it is not like a obviously it is obviously evolving. From the if you are the organization and you want this, this is going to be a portal for you. Yeah, exactly. So this is a complete SaaS kind of a model. You pick and choose. Even, I mean, when I say Power Platform, you may not need everything in Power Platform also. So whatever you need, you pick and choose. According to that, we will set up the shop, and it runs. Yeah. So exactly. So whatever they are already providing, whatever data they are already capturing, whatever they are exposing as well. So based on that, we will kind of utilize their services. If there is nothing available from them, but still we need to do that, then we will go to the other methods of getting that data, and then bringing the insights. Okay, can we discuss later or but we are doing that for SharePoint Online in CGI. Records management is the main ask from CGI, and we are doing that for SharePoint Online. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I know. Of course. No, but then that is the thing now, because we are heavily using SharePoint anyways, and it took some time to understand the entire landscape. It's huge. It's really huge, and different versions and different variations and all that. So we are now putting that up for CGI itself. Anything else? Okay, cool. Thank you so much. Thanks for all the kind of questions and then your attention. Thanks for that. Thank you. Bye.
Yeah, thank you, Arvind. Thank you so much for the lovely presentation. Everyone, please move to the cafeteria, the third floor. We have snacks and followed the session over there. So thank you for joining here. Let's see you there in third floor. Yeah, thanks for joining. So we are done with the today's session. So thank you so much. We will be closing the live session now.